the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
I gotta get a witness. No!
Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true. Sometimes I cry.
Oh! Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Welcome to the Drunken Peasants Podcast. This is episode 1246. Doing it live once again on a Saturday bonus show. And I just want to take a moment to show my appreciation to Lord Magicus. He took one for the team. I did not ask him to start, because after we got over 50%, he was like, now I'm going to drink every $25. So he just started pounding them away. He helped us get to where we are right now, where we're almost at 69% of the goal. And later that night, he got into a voice chat with the people in the Discord, but almost immediately, like, passed out and threw up in no particular order. So
just had a little bit of a vomit.
Yeah.
I saw some clips. He was very funny.
Yes.
He was a very funny drunk.
Yes. He was pretty hilarious in the call later on, too. And he left to get something to drink and just never came back. He could hardly walk. He fell a couple times. You know, like when T-Bob or like when Cobra get too wasted, it was like that.
He went from Gandalf the Grey to Gandalf the Green.
From green to gray. Quick reminder, everyone, now's a good time to become a $33.33 patron. If you sign up at any point before the end of this month for that Patreon level, you can get this really cool sticker, limited edition, based on the old school Smoke Pan Everyday t-shirt that was a bestseller back in the day. And we're doing these every month, so we're going to have a new piece of merch every month for you to get. I'm about to ship out the ones from last month because I do it a month in advance. So sign up before the end of the month if you would like this sticker. It's a pretty big sticker, like about 5.5 inches in length. Here's kind of a
good size.
Yeah. This is what it would look like on the bumper of a car. So not too bad, not too bad at all. Also, coming up this next Wednesday, myself and Jeff Holiday will once again take each other on in Spin Till You Spew Trivia. This time it's personal because we just got so wasted last time. We just like ended it. So don't forget, sign up for that at the $10. Oh, by the way, thank you for getting us to exactly 69% of the goal. I saw that.
You did the math for that on the pre-show.
Yeah,
Muffin Man must have did the math as well.
Yeah, Muffin Man, thank you so much. Yes, and by the way, you don't want to miss the pre-show. We do one before every show. There was one with me and Magicus that's up right now, and then the one for today's show will be up later tonight after we're done streaming here. Also, $10 level, another $10 level thing is the movie reviews, and we're going to be doing one of those coming up on the 28th on Thursday night. We're going to do the Guyver, the first Guyver movie starring Mark Hamill. I hear, it's Power Rangers with violence, some people said. I watched it when I was a kid, but it's been a long time, so it'll be fun to watch that again.
I was busy watching MacGyver when I was a kid.
I watched MacGyver too. They're very different.
When I heard the Guyver, I was like, what, is the guy just put things together using paper clips and bubble gum?
Yes,
it's a totally different thing.
His entire bio armor suit is held together by gum and paper clips. Billy, I talked about this on the last show, but you weren't here, so I'll put it out there again. It's really cool. Patreon finally added like playlists, like collections, where I could take the stuff we've used over the years and make collections out of it for the patrons to easily find what they want to watch. So I've broken it up.
that was a long requested feature.
Yes.
So it's going to make a lot of our patrons, the patrons we have, are going to be very happy. The patrons we don't have, what a good time to get in and peruse all the classic content.
Yes, patreon.com/DP. There's 47 actual manias. The 48th one will be this next Friday. There's 6 Spin Till You Spews. The 7th will be this coming Wednesday. This coming Thursday, we'll be doing our monthly review. There's 67 of those already. Look at the post shows. 294 post shows. Some of them are longer than the show that they followed, like the one with Adam that just went on all night, and Adam just like hung out all night.
That was the night that I was supposed to go to Onision's house.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
All the big thing with Sarah went public, and I was sticking back with everybody, trying not to let the post show end, so I had an excuse not to go over there.
I like
and
that.
I still went over there.
That sucks. That sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
good times.
I'm looking for more categories to create playlists for and to do on the Patreon so people can let us know. Sign up. It's really important for the show that you sign up and get this extra content, and then we just keep pumping shows out. Pumping away. Yeah, so that's all I really got to announce. Keep an eye out for Nightbot, by the way, in the chat. I made sure Nightbot doesn't do crazy spam tactics, but it's out there to just remind you, where to go, to join the Discord, all that other fun stuff. And actually, I'm going to put the Streamlabs link in the chat right now and pin it to the top so you guys don't have to wonder how to help us reach this goal, which we're really close to, almost 70% now. Whew. All right.
Yeah.
I went into. Have you ever heard of the Seattle Thread Company? You ever heard of that store before?
No. What do they do?
They sell clothing. It's like men's clothing. It is. I went into one of those the other day, just like, oh, what is this? Because they had some nice looking clothes in the display out front, and I went in and they had a flannel that was like $475. A flannel shirt.
Did you get 2?
No, I didn't get any. And then I'm like, after taxes, this is going to be over $500. And I was just like looking at all the places. I'm like, this is like where Fraser and Niles Crane would have shopped for their clothes. Because it's just,
if they wore flannels.
Right, but they don't. I'm wondering if New Fraser's coming out in a couple weeks here. I'm wondering if he's going to update, like, if any, because time has passed in real time since the last Frasier episode. So I'm wondering how Frasier has changed. It's going to be insane. Stabby says, I'm bougie. I would have been bougie if I would have bought it. I was just like, ooh, that's nice looking clothes. And I go in and look at it, and it's just insane. It's just crazy, like just absolute craziness.
Yeah, I like to go in and shop for things I can never have. Like I went to the Self-Respect store recently.
There's a store that sells that?
It's down by Thread.
It's down by the Seattle Thread Company.
Yeah, it's right down by there.
The STC.
Yeah, it's right down by there.
Let's check out the latest in DP Action News. Here we go. Please give the stream a thumbs up.
People are discriminating against wolves.
Wow. They're laughing at us, at our stupidity.
And you better well learn to love it.
All right. Here we go.
I just want to say before the news starts, all of our detractors watching right now, it's our time. DP, down with the detractors. Send all your detractions in the form of $5 or above Streamlabs, please.
You. Did you, speaking of detractors, you weren't on the episode where we had the four-way match for Actual Mania. Did you see Star Spangled Luchador's submission?
That's just your opinion, bud.
He put a fake gray beard on and did all the like Sturgis stuff so well. Like it was like a parody of Sturgis videos, and he's like lifting the weights and like it's done really well.
I thought it was actually Sturgis when he was doing the karaoke at the end.
Yes. Oh my God. So I saw this today. Howard Stern admitting that he's woke. Basically, well, Howard Stern's old. He's not really in touch. And to be honest with you, though, it is very unclear these days what woke even means. It's kind of another one of those words that's been overused. Thank you.
Associate with wokies.
Wokies.
Yeah, Justin Buckner, definitely not a wokey.
Yeah. But yeah, woke's another one of those words. Shit.
Great to see you, Ben. And
Thank
Bill.
you.
You guys are sweet boys.
Thank you.
LB in the place to be.
Thank you. But yeah, it's overused, and now it's become a politicized word where literal political candidates are using it to kind of as like a word to describe anything they don't like. So Howard Stern, he kind of puts it out there that he doesn't even really know what woke is. I don't think he's woke. He's just like more. He's not as edgy as he used to be. He's older, and he's trying to present day himself. You know what I mean?
I went out to lunch today, and as I was leaving, I'm using my cane right now because I'm having issues with my back again.
Yeah.
I have like a herniated disc. I had to get an MRI this week. It's pretty bad times for walking.
Yeah.
But I was walking out of Red Robin, and there were these young kids. And their mom were like taking up the walkway, and I was hobbling with my cane, and I really had to get through, and whatever that line is that Steve Buscemi says, I was like, "Hello, fellow young kids," or whatever.
Hello, fellow kids, something like that.
Yeah, I said, "Hello, fellow children," or so. I had the line perfectly when I was walking through, but I was just trying to get them to move out of my way. So I gave the old Steve Buscemi line, knowing they wouldn't get it, but the people I was with would. So they probably thought I was super creepy.
Yeah.
And the kids, but my friends all laughed it off. It was great.
Yeah, Howard, for however out of touch I feel at my age, Howard Stern's like the same age as my dad. He was born like the same year as my dad, and it's funny to hear him and Robin talk about like technology because they both have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. It's really great. But yeah, here's a Fox News report about Howard Stern saying that he's woke, and they'll play the clip.
Shock jock, Howard Stern.
Whose evil laugh was that at the beginning? Do you hear that?
Is it Gutfeld? Is that the guy?
I think Gutfeld has his own show, but maybe he's on Fox and Friends still. Hold on. Here, listen to this
schools.
Listen to this evil laugh. Are they at like a horror movie or something? Are they in in one of those haunted houses at the fair or something? I don't know.
They're going to see the Buttman film debut.
Shock jock, Howard Stern is embracing his woke side.
If woke means I can't get behind Trump, which is what I think it means, or that I support people who want to be transgender, or I'm for the vaccine, well, dude, call me woke as you want. I'm not for stupidity, but I am woke, and I love it.
Wow.
So yeah, he's like, I don't even know what woke means, but if it means these things, I am, and I love it. Now, he's not only... One thing about Howard Stern is he's always been a germaphobe. Always. Like, one time a guest came in and they had like strep throat, and he freaked the fuck out and almost fired Baba Booey for it because he was like, you had someone come into my studio that had strep throat. So he's always been this way, but once COVID was out there, he used that as like a justification to like never come into work ever again. Like he just does it remotely now. And it would take a really big deal to get him in the studio. It's funny because they have a YouTube channel for Howard Stern, and they'll bring in people for him to interview, and they'll be in the studio, but Howard will be at home, like in his, palatial estate or wherever he lives. But it's weird.
Across America on Fox News Radio and Fox Nation. Jimmy Fallon joins us now. Jimmy, what would 90s Stern say to that shell of a man we just saw?
He'd be so embarrassed, okay? Because think about it. Howard Stern made his name by raging against the machine, okay? He was a guy giving...
Did he rage against the machine? He just did a really edgy radio show that was so edgy they used to get fined by the FCC all the time.
I am looking forward to when Billy cucks me and bangs Mrs. Rubskin while I pleasure myself from behind the
There you go.
plant. Or perhaps I will kneel at the foot of the bed while you plow her. We'll arrange the details later.
You got to go to Chicago.
You're a good man, Rubskin. You're a good man.
FCC,
he'll rub his skin.
The finger at every turn. He's now joined the machine. A guy who was once the champion of the little guy, okay, is now...
I don't think he was ever the champion of the little guy. He just...
So what did he say that he said he wasn't for Trump? He said that he was pro-trans rights.
Pro-vaccine.
And he said that he's pro-vaccine.
Yeah.
So, like, what about those three things is against the little guy? like is Trump counterculture? Is that where the new counterculture is? Not getting vaccines and voting for Donald Trump and then being icked out when a woman in a dress stands up to pee next to you?
Well, I mean,
is that the cool punk rock?
They do try to. I've heard it said that way, like conservative is the new punk rock. I've literally heard people say that, but it's not.
Look, if being woke is laughing at farts and eating steak dinner, then yeah, call me woke.
I mean, Howard Stern did love his farts. You know, he was fart man. I mean, remember they like secretly recorded that guy farting and he didn't know he was being recorded and they like set it to music. That was great. They used to bring in a woman who could like queef on command and they put a microphone like right near her nether regions and you could hear her sucking in the air and then blowing it out like it was great. Yep.
Telling you, no, I'm with Big Pharma and Big Government who fired the little guy if he didn't want to play along and get the vaccine. But let me tell you what it boils down to in a nutshell. This matters, okay? And this is real perspective. Okay, if radio careers were cruise ships, Howard Stern is obviously...
This guy's attire reminds me of like a poo stain. It's just like the toilet paper tie coming up through the bathroom tile suit and this crap stain hair lick he has going up.
I don't like that.
He looks like a Charmin.
Carnival cruise ship with the slide and the diving board. I'm the inflatable raft the Somali pirates are on, okay? I'm pulling up to the oil tanker like, I am the captain now, okay? But Donald Trump's media omnipotence broke Howard Stern. This is very important. Trump used to be on Stern's show every week. Yeah. They were friends. So this idea that Trump was the worst guy who ever walked the...
I don't know how much they were friendly, and most of their interactions happened publicly on the radio for tens of millions of people.
And even if they were friendly, like you can be Trump's friend and still disagree completely with his politics and his political movement. Like you don't have to accept Trump as the president just because you accept him as somebody you have on your radio show.
Well, from what I can see from Trump's history, Trump doesn't really being Trump's friend is very one-sided. You must be useful to him, and the moment you're not, he'll stab you in the back to avoid him.
I like how this guy's defending or trying to attack Trump, saying, trying to attack Stern, saying he had Trump on his show. He also had KKK members on his show. He's done a whole lot of a lot.
Yes.
So saying that having Trump would be some sort of a validation of Trump as a human being this is the wrong argument to be making.
Face of the earth. Why were you hanging out with him? Okay, but this is what happened. Trump, came along and had a similar act to Howard's in the sense that he was crass and vulgar, and he really did resonate with the little guy. And he rode that mentality all the way to the White House. It killed Howard because he was the king of all media. He had that super ego of like, I'm the most important person to ever open their mouth in front of a microphone.
The only thing that killed Howard Stern was him getting $1 billion multi-billion-dollar contract and not having to push the envelope anymore. He's like, you know what? I'll just become America's Got Talent.
Yeah.
I don't need to be this guy anymore. This is my retirement phase. I'm done with that.
He moved to a dying media platform that honestly, if it weren't for him, would have went out of business like a decade ago, and made it so that you had to pay to listen to him if you wanted to keep hearing him. Obviously, that cut his audience. He was syndicated in every major radio market in the entire country. Like he was every day probably getting around like 20 million listeners, you know?
Yeah.
And he got
that easy money.
Yeah. I don't blame him either. You know, the funny thing is that it was Sirius XM, so it wasn't regulated by the FCC. So he could have taken it like way edgier. He did kind of at first, but I guess it just doesn't interest him. He's an old guy now. And he wants to change up his image. I have heard Howard Stern lie about saying the N-word. He's definitely said the N-word a bunch of times. He definitely did blackface. What he should do is just be like, yeah, I did it. I wouldn't do it again because I'm different now.
What everybody should do is say, oh, man, that was embarrassing what we all used to do. It sucks that we as a collective accepted that. And now that we don't accept that, I'm on the side of let's stop. Let's not
Trump
do it
never
again.
Accepted Iron Sheik's challenge to an arm wrestling match, which was issued on Howard Stern. Trump is a jabroni for life.
They used to have this guy that used to call in when Iron Sheik was on and pretend to be Macho Man Randy Savage, and he didn't even really sound that much like Macho Man Randy Savage. And Iron Sheik would get so triggered and like freak out. I don't know if he thought it was actually Macho Man or if he was just playing along. I don't know.
Either way, he's brilliant.
Yeah.
Iron Sheik was brilliant, whether he was in on the joke or not.
I loved how when John Cena was on Howard Stern, he basically said that him and a bunch of the other wrestlers had a contest to see who could fuck the fattest girl, and John Cena won. He said he broke like the 270 mark or whatever. Yeah.
There's something about being a body Adonis like myself and John Cena, where you just want to share your impeccable body with all types of women. It's you can't say no. You have to give them what they need. Me and John Cena have that in common.
Suddenly, Trump turned Howard from the king of all media into the Prince Harry of all media. Nobody cared. He's just whining.
So you don't think it has anything to do with politics?
Yes, it does.
It has to do with ego.
Oh, it's 100% ego. Okay, the secondary level to this is politics from the standpoint of Howard did so many things that were anti-woke. When you talk about objectifying women, when you talk about wearing blackface in your sketches, that his political proclamations are the end result of a hostage situation. He openly takes them every day, okay, because he knows that crowd would cancel him in a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, why haven't they yet? I don't think he can be canceled, by the way. He's like a billionaire. If he got fired from Sirius, they would go out of business and he would still have $1 billion, right?
Yeah, if he was trying to make that Russell Brand money, it'd be over.
The only people bringing up the blackface and that other stuff is the conservative side. It's funny that they're trying to say that the left will do it to him when they're literally doing it right now.
Yeah, if you're a lefty, you're not going to get outed for your lefty ways unless they need to sacrifice you to the zeitgeist.
For all of the things
like poor Al Franken was.
Howard Stern's estimated annual salary is $130 million a year. It's craziness.
That's all right.
You know, when he signed with Sirius, he put it in his contract that if Sirius and XM ever merged, he would get a bonus. And they did, and Sirius didn't pay him the bonus, so he sued Sirius while he was still working for them. And they ended up paying him his bonus, and they still want him around because there'd be no, like, Sirius would have went out of business like 10 years ago. It's crazy. Like it like he stabilized that company.
It's two things.
Well, yeah.
One is ego. The other is ransom. Okay.
Totally. To me, this feels like fear and overcorrection.
Oh, of course
right?
it is.
Because we've
To
seen
me,
other...
this feels like fear and overcorrection. Well, to me, this feels like a nothing burger where Howard Stern just said, yeah, whatever you say woke is, if that means being vaccinated and decent to trans people, then I guess I'm woke.
Yeah.
He wasn't even saying like anything terribly pro anything. He's just like, yeah, I accept these things as decent things to do. I guess I'm woke. And the right's like, why is it? It's obvious the left has him tied up by the ankles.
Yep. You better hope the left doesn't start talking about how you did blackface. It's like, well, you're on the right and you're bringing it up. So you're the one who's trying to spearhead the cancellation that you believe can happen.
Here's a compilation of Howard Stern saying the N-word in comedy bits.
Yeah.
Comedians.
It's like they tried to do with Joe Rogan.
Oh my God.
When he was using the N-word, they did a whole simulcast of him saying the N-word, and it was like, this is all bad faith out of context stuff.
Yes. It was really funny when Howard had Eazy-E on, and he kept like saying NWA's like full name, not just the he's like, so tell me more about.
Did he say it with the A at the end or the R?
With an A.
Okay.
I think he said it with A because that's how they spelled it. I think. Yeah.
Well, Jimmy Kimmel used to host The Man.
He said it with the R though before. He definitely did. There's
I'm sure he did, but that particular one, they definitely didn't spell it with the R.
Right.
So I'm like, please tell me Howard sounded like some weirdo trying to be cool.
It was
and not some weirdo.
It was funny, like
the R word don't need to be.
Eazy-E even laughed about it because he kept like saying it like every opportunity he could. It was pretty funny.
Show.
Yeah.
And now he's
celebrity superstar, star of Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight Returns. Tony from Hack the Movies in the chat and is questioning Howard Stern is woke. What?
Not really. But it depends on how you define it.
Yeah, if you define woke by accepting trans people and enjoying farts, then I guess Howard is woke.
Yeah.
At everything.
Yeah.
And
How
so
dare
there's just
you.
this massive correction from all of these people because they're afraid possibly of getting canceled.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's performative stupidity. Yes. I'm with CVS. Stop us.
Speaking of stupidity, President Biden appears.
All right. Here's two of our favorites. Gavin McInnes and Anthony Cumia all mad about Howard Stern being woke.
Darth Merlin in the chat says, why are you guys simping for Stern? I'll tell you why.
I'm a big fan of Howard Stern.
In 1999, all right, I was a huge fan of pro wrestling, and he would have Goldust on, and he would talk with Goldust.
With the stutter?
I enjoyed that very much. I enjoyed that very much.
I used to listen to Howard Stern in the 90s on my way to school every morning. And then when I got a little older, I would stay up late at night and watch the show that they put on television. Yeah, I was really into like Howard Stern in the 90s. I read his book, Private Parts. I saw the movie. Yeah, I was definitely into the show. You know what's so funny? Like the Howard Stern Reddit used to be like this huge Howard Stern fan Reddit, and now it's all like hate. Like it's all just negative about Howard Stern. Reddit does that
That's
a lot.
usually how it works.
Yeah. So here's Cumia and McGinnis here.
Oh, wait. Sorry to interrupt. Have you seen this? Oh, God. Howard Stern is proud that he's woke. Woke and proud of it. Hoo-hoo, Robin. Yeah, right. Oh, shit. We lost it. Right. Yeah, I have part of that story. I put that's such a thing, like a high school thing. Like I'm owning it. Yeah, I'm woke. Yeah, I love being woke. It means I'm aware. In fact, that's
not what he said. He said he wasn't even sure what woke meant. But if it meant these things, then sure, he's woke. That's what he said.
Yeah, he was like, look, if you want to call me woke because I got the vaccine and don't think trans people deserve to be persecuted. And what was the other one?
I don't like it.
Something about farts.
No, not liking Trump.
Yeah, not liking Trump.
Yeah.
It's such milquetoast reasoning too. And obviously like Howard Stern says this, because Howard Stern is one of the old media types that the people who watch these guys will actually know.
Yeah.
Like they can't bring up, like, they can't be like, Logan Paul says this, because their audience, like, what's a Logan Paul? You can see these guys, the audience they're playing to, because they literally have a Photoshop of them and Gilligan's Island in the back.
Right. Well, and
they're talking to very old people.
And Anthony.
Baba Booey. Howard Stern's penis.
Baba Booey.
Penis.
How now?
So, and Anthony was on like a more edgy version of Howard Stern. Like Opie and Anthony was like they pushed the envelope even more to the point where they got kicked off the air eventually.
Yeah. And where Howard Stern went one direction and made millions of dollars being a liberal softie.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions of dollars being a liberal softie. Anthony Cumia went the other direction and is making hundreds of dollars being an alt-right shill. So it's no wonder he wants to comment on this.
Right.
He's got to make those hundreds of dollars.
Yeah.
Scottish article. Oh, I was talking to someone else. Someone in Scotland sent me this article that I'm in, and they're like, this McInnes guy keeps claiming his Scottish heritage.
Whoa.
In the Glasgow Herald or something. And he was saying,
Also, the Budweiser shows the demographics of their audience, too. Because that's, yeah.
Are they going to shoot that thing down, or are they drinking them?
Well, especially Scots, we just don't whine. And if we were allowed to, we'd have a fucking month of the year for all of us who were slaves.
He's drinking a Budweiser.
He's talking about the Scots.
He's woke too.
I guess so. Well, are they going to say, "Oh, but that was Bud Light"?
Groundbreaker for long-form content. His radio show paved the way for the podcasting that exists today.
It is true. It is true. And like Howard Stern, like 30-year-old Howard Stern from the 90s. Had he been able to just do a podcast, it would have like pushed the envelope to an insane level because there would have been no regulation on it at all. It'd be weird to think if it would have been that way.
Irish lie, how there was no Scotch-Irish slaves.
Oh, sure.
And of course, he cites academics who are now stupider than anyone in the real world.
Yeah, exactly.
So you used to have to like look up to the ivory tower for information.
Right.
And now you have to look down. So at the very end of it, he goes, Gavin also said with an interview with Ye that we are the most woke country in the world. And he goes, and I, for one, are proud of it.
Oof,
because
are you?
We need to stay awake.
Yeah.
To fight against Gavin's hate.
They're taking it literally and going, well, let me tell you, I'd rather be woke because if you're not, you're asleep.
Yeah.
Like, no, it doesn't go that way. That's not what it means. Yeah.
And then we started using it as an insult.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it is now. It's just like PDF file or Nazi, like words that are commonly used as insults to describe something you don't like. It's one of those now.
And now they're going back to the original like they don't know the whole history of our
Right, it doesn't.
It's a prank.
Yeah.
We're mocking you. You fucking losers.
Yeah, so Stern, here he is. Let's see what Gutfeld's saying.
Yeah, let's hear Gutfeld.
Now think of the Stern of before, when the Stern of before helped create the wealth for the Stern of today.
No, Stern made the wealth when he left terrestrial radio, when he had a way smaller audience and he started to transition into what he is now. But he made the name for himself being the edgy Howard Stern of the 90s.
It's all to get to this place. And now he's like a new person. He's got a compound in the Hamptons. He's got famous liberal friends. He's got a former model as a second wife. The question is, does he even need an audience? Does he have an audience?
Right.
I have no idea.
No one knows.
If he didn't have an audience, they wouldn't pay him this obscene amount of money to be on their network. Doesn't make any sense.
That is now
he definitely has the money from an audience, whether or not he has an audience. If there's no audience and they're just paying him millions of dollars to act this way, then there's even less of a reason to make this a big news story.
Right.
It's like if he's just getting millions and millions of dollars to play for nobody and nobody cares if he's woke or not, only the people who are mad at him for saying he's woke, this is a bigger nothing burger than it was 5 minutes ago when we started this conversation.
Sirius XM has 2 Howard Stern channels that they play 24 hours a day. And one of them just plays like classic stuff, and then one plays like newer stuff, or when he's live, they play it live. There's definitely people listening to it for them to justify 2 channels. So, yeah, if he even has an audience, he has an audience. It like single-handedly saved satellite radio.
Acceptable to your left-wing friends. The audience is irrelevant. You're safe. I never thought I would say that, but Howard Stern is safe.
Yep.
You know, what's interesting, Dana, is it seems that there's
and the whole thing with, like he's saying, Sirius doesn't put out numbers. They don't say this many people listen.
They put out numbers as in dollars when they pay someone something.
Yeah, like who cares how many people are listening, right? We're all agreeing right now that Howard's not the same old gray mare ain't what she used to be. He's not the same old Howard Stern we all liked anyways. If he's getting paid and if you're making a show about Howard Stern saying he's woke and it's hitting all the talking points, he's more relevant than you are trying to admit right here, right now, because you're all talking about him. So something tells me he's got more relevancy than you're alluding to in this. We don't see the numbers, except that every right show is jumping on him right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're trying to take the discussion off of somebody else who's getting talked about right now. Maybe they're trying to cover up for Russell Brand with Howard Stern as wokeism. Who knows?
He definitely lost a large portion of his audience when he switched to satellite because he wasn't free anymore to listen to. But I mean, he still has, if he's getting paid $130 million a year, he's bringing in more than that in revenue. There's no way like they would pay him that much if he was not bringing in more than that in subscription revenue.
Well, unless they wanted to lock him in a contract as a get to try and get new people and not have him go somewhere else. Like he could be a loss leader for them as a signing just to keep him with them rather than a competitor, but
there's no competitor in satellite radio. There's no competitor. There's only one. It used to be Sirius and XM, and then Sirius and XM merged, and now
Sir
that's
Henry
the only
here.
satellite radio
if
company.
I had all the money I'd ever spent on drink, I'd spend it on drink. In the Sweet Boys tip
Thank
train,
you.
of course.
Cheers, Sir Henry. Cheers.
So I guess maybe
there's I think the competitor now for satellite radio is probably Spotify. Stuff like that is the new competitor. It's a subscription-based model mostly.
Can you do live
still get
on
the free
there
version.
though? Can you do live on Spotify? I don't think you can. So
Does Rogan not do live?
No, I don't believe so. I think it's all
Oh.
pre-uploaded. Someone could correct me on that, but I don't believe it's live. I've never seen anything actually live stream on Spotify. So it would have to be something that does like our iHeartRadio is kind of like it, where like you can do like live radio and then you can listen to like the VOD or the not VOD, but the audio recording later on. Yeah, I mean, he could go
Rogan's audience is definitely where the old Howard Stern audience is kind of migrated to.
Yeah, a definite portion of them for sure.
Howard Stern. They have no way to actually track that. There isn't some mechanical device that goes, oh, this guy's listening to this right now. This guy's listening to this. You could listen to, you could have signed up for Howard Stern. And on your sheet, you put, what are you signing up for? The little impromptu survey, and you go, oh, Howard.
I mean, they have their own, just because they don't publish their numbers doesn't mean they don't look at their numbers. Like Netflix, they don't publish their numbers either, but they have analytics definitely to see which is getting viewed. They just don't make that shit public.
Stern. And then you're listening to 60s on 6 or 70s on 7 the whole time.
Can't wait to see those anti-woke narrative humpers get in on this Stern nonsense with Sturgis and Kendall regurgitating on those sweet tummies again.
Yep.
Hope you sweet boys are having a sweet Saturday.
It's
Have a bowl
going
for
great.
me.
Thank
Green
you.
heart.
Thank you. Yeah.
But even that isn't a real way to tell who's listening to what, when, and where.
Okay, most people are not listening to the music channels on Sirius. Most people, the way we are with music now, we don't want it fed to us. We want to hear what we want to hear at our fingertips. Most people don't want music fed to them, even if it's like a genre that they like 80s music or whatever. They're not going to sit and wait for a song they like. They'll just play that song that they want to hear. So most of the stuff that's getting the highest ratings on Sirius is more than likely the exclusives, where like they have like a celebrity DJ, or they have like a talk radio host, that kind of thing. The personality.
It's usually long form content for people who are driving.
Yes.
So like they'll put a channel on so they can just let it play in the background type of thing, whether it's talk radio, aka Howard Stern, or if it's the magical 90s playlist with some MTV VJ, stuff like that.
Yeah, they do that.
Literally for long form driving. That's the bonus of Sirius, is just for people who are on the road and they're going through areas where radio stations cut out. Sirius comes in fucking healthy for that.
Businesses will do that too. Instead of playing like Muzak, they'll just play a channel on Sirius, that kind of thing.
Anthony is pulling the let's look at the numbers arguments druggies style.
Yep.
But that's just my opinion, but Anthony and Gavin are weird.
Yeah, Sturgis has been getting memed on for so long now. It's hilarious. And when people do it to him, he's like, "Oh, the WEF can't meme, bud." It's like, well, can you tell us why that wasn't a good meme? Or are you just going to like...
He can't even tell you why he likes the things he likes.
Exactly.
Let alone why the things he hates are bad.
No.
He's a total chud follower dummy.
So Greg makes a great point. He may have no one fucking listening to him. And based on any buzz, like I don't hear anyone say, "Wow, did you hear Howard Stern today?" No one says that anymore. And it was everyone said it back in the late 80s.
But back then there was only so many things to listen to. And there was only so many channels people watched, and there was only so many things to listen to on the radio. So yeah, it would be more likely that you would hear other people talking about it because everyone was watching the same shit. Now everybody watches different shit at different times, like when it's convenient for them to watch it.
Yeah, you can see what everybody's talking about. It's live tweeting on Twitter. Twitter is the new water cooler. People don't even talk about things at work anymore. They just keep their head down and try not to cough.
Yeah, and there's so much shit out there, and there's so many people on Twitter that like there's an abundance of stuff people are talking about, not just like a few things. It's
Taylor Swift, BTS, and European football.
For some, it really depends on what you do on Twitter too, because it has an algorithm and it recommends shit to people.
Well, yeah, there's a more refined algorithm, but that's like the main talking points across the actual Twitterverse.
These early 90s, mid 90s, they always said like, "Oh my God, Stern was hilarious today."
Well, I've listened to him a few times. You know, it's in my wife's car, and she listens to her podcast, but it's programmed in. And I wonder how many people are just doing it because it's their number one button.
Yeah, it's just there.
Car.
Yeah,
but he hasn't heard of anything. So
No.
say you said like, "What about Hassan Minhaj and his lies?" He'd be like, "Who's Hassan Minhaj?"
Yeah, they don't know.
Like he barely knows who Joe Rogan is.
He knows who Joe Rogan is. He used to have Joe Rogan on his show back in the day. He knows who Joe Rogan is. That's so stupid.
He barely knows who Joe Rogan is. He probably doesn't want to talk about Joe Rogan much because Joe Rogan took his cool audience.
And by the way, he's not channel 1 on Sirius. He's channel 100 and 101. So Gavin was like, "Oh, all you got to do is press the 1." That's not true.
Doesn't know what Burning Man
Doesn't
is.
it start at 100 though? Or
no?
Isn't that? Oh,
no.
Like he doesn't know who that 70s show guy who got 30 years for
Right.
what's his name?
Masterson.
Yeah, Danny Masterson. Like he hasn't heard of any of this shit.
No, he's locked away.
I like how their discussion of what is hip is Danny Masterson from that 70s show, which has been off the air for 20-something years. Joe Rogan, who has been on the air for over 30 years in some capacity, and only now reaching his mega peak. And 3, Hassan Minhaj, who's only being talked about because he was doing some Jussie Smollett weirdo stuff.
Yeah, Sirius starts with channel 2, and then works its way up to, I think there's like, I don't even know, like 500. Looks like Pandora, because Pandora is owned by Sirius, so Pandora gets its own station. TikTok has a station. I haven't had Sirius in years, so I didn't even know this. So like, and then like when it comes to decade-specific music, 70s is 7, 80s on 8, 90s on 9, the 2000s on 10. This is 14 is just like the generic like scheduling channel. Crazy shit.
I heard you can buy your own Roku channel.
How much does that cost? That's not even worth it, however much it is.
I think it's a few $1,000s. You should buy your own Roku channel and put all the old Drunken Peasants back episodes on it, and then sell advertising space on Roku and get paid. Excellent.
Oh, and this is just listing all the music channels. That's why it wasn't showing Howard Stern. But yeah, there's all kinds.
What's the Talking Entertainment? Is there more than Howard Stern in the
Howard
Talking
Stern
Entertainment,
is-
or would it just be Howard Stern?
Howard Stern is its own,
channel.
It's its own category. They consider Howard Stern its own category. So he's 100 and 101. 101 is all just like the best of, and he has like almost like a 50-year library of being on the radio. So there's that shit. But they do have a lot.
77 says Stern was a bit cringe when he simped for Hillary a few years ago.
That was
I
a
think
cringe interview.
Everybody was pretty cringe when they simped for Hillary, but at the time, it looked like that was the left choice.
for a lot of people. I mean, I kind of wish Trump hadn't have been president. I can't pretend that I know how Hillary would have been as president, but Trump as president was pretty bad. He did some serious damage. I know right now we wouldn't have the issue with abortion that we do if Hillary had been president for those 4 years. So that's one.
A lot different.
Yeah.
Like, you can't just look at the people. You have to look at the policies that are coming in with the party. And that's why you kind of want to push.
You're losing. You have like a short in your cable or something because you're cutting it in and out.
Am I better now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it looks like Conan O'Brien has his own channel where he does his like podcasting, but he's also on Sirius. Joel Olstein. So that's some like religious shit. I know Megyn Kelly has a show on Sirius also, but I don't think she has her own channel. She's probably just on like some other talk channel. Anyway, yeah, Sirius is like, I don't even know what their overhead cost is. At some point, they had to pay to put satellites in space. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
You don't think they rent satellites? You think that they're their own satellites?
I believe so. I believe that they put their own up there. Let me see. I'm not sure about that, but let's see.
After we get our own Roku channel, we should get our own satellite.
They just launched, SpaceX helped launch a new SiriusXM satellite in 2021. I don't know if their like original satellite was theirs. It may have been. It would take time to research it though. But I thought that it was launched originally, but I don't know. I don't know for sure.
His little gilded cage, and he's out of touch.
And the subject will come up, what's twerking or something?
Yeah.
We'll talk about twerking. He goes, what's twerking? And then Rob will have to go, it's when you shake your ass. And he's like, what's the matter with shaking your ass? That's fine.
Yeah, he just...
You're like, Grandpa, that's not...
Out of touch. Old guy. What he used to accuse Imus of.
Right.
Back in the day, he'd call him old and out of touch.
Because he was. And Howard Stern was the young guy. And Imus was the old established guy.
And Howard Stern is old and out of touch, but we don't need these two people telling us he's old and out of touch. Because when we speak of old and out of touch, I think of Gilligan and the Skipper here.
Yeah. Yeah, I the other day on YouTube, they had this old episode of Family Feud where it was the cast of Gilligan's Island versus the cast of the 1960s Batman show. And it was actually pretty awesome. And Vincent Price was on the Batman side because he played Egghead on the 1960s Batman. Yeah, it was actually pretty cool. But Bob Denver, who played Gilligan, wasn't on the Gilligan team. They had the skipper as the captain of the Gilligan team. But they had Adam West.
Bob Denver was like, fuck this, I'm going to go smoke some weed.
Bob Denver was on a show called Dobie Gillis in the 60s, and his character on there was Dobie Gillis, the characters in Dobie Gillis, which was a 1960s sitcom, were the inspiration for all of the characters on Scooby-Doo. And Bob Denver's character was the original Shaggy. His name was Maynard G. Krebs, and he was like a beatnik stoner guy. It's interesting.
Funny. And, at least Imus stayed true to who he was until he retired. But Imus's entire career, he had an audience. Imus had an audience. It was more political.
And then he got canceled for a little while. It didn't stick that much, but what he said about the black women that were playing for the Rutgers basketball team, he called them nappy-headed hoes. And he got, temporarily fired. I'm pretty sure he came back, though, for a little while.
I don't know if he came back on the same outlet or not, but
No, probably not.
End of his career, but he would have politicians on and really rag on him and goof on him and make jokes, and his crew was funny. Imus was true to who he was the entire time.
I like how Anthony respects Imus, and you know why. Because he said racist shit just like he has. Right?
I assume that's why. He also could just be hanging on to Imus to try and make a point against Stern. I wonder if he really gives a hell about Imus either way, other than it helps his point against Stern. But
there wasn't an Imus.
He definitely enjoys the fact that he set the N-bomb, because we've seen him dance around the N-bomb too.
Oh yeah,
back in the 70s even, and then this new Imus in the later part of his career. He grew older, and that was reflected in his show, but it's not like this complete fucking
there's this quote that people use about people like Imus or Stern. They're like, he said what we were all thinking, and it's like, that's, to me, sounds so pathetic.
It does.
Like, if you're only listening to somebody because they're your echo chamber, that's pathetic. I want to listen to people that challenge my thought. I want to listen to people that bring something out of me that wasn't inside of me before listening to them. I don't need somebody that's just like, oh yeah, they said the same things I was thinking, because they're appealing to the lowest common denominator.
The truth of that is that they're brain dead, and they weren't actually thinking that. They were fed their opinions by that person. Like they were media. Kind of like Sturgis. Sturgis doesn't have ideas of his own. He needs to be told what he believes in, and then he just regurgitates it.
That's just like your opinion, bud.
Yep. Someone in the chat asked if Imus is dead. Yes, Imus has been dead for a couple years here. I think he had lung cancer or something.
Literally 1-8.
There's beating a dead horse. These guys are resurrecting a dead horse and trying to get it to win a race against Howard Stern.
He's completely the opposite of who he was.
And old Stern would have loved to.
Jeff is not guesting tonight, but I have a video of him making his own bog wine. So we were going to check that out.
Fuck with this new Stern.
Oh my God, could you imagine?
It's a perfect target.
Oh, old Stern comes into the market. And new Stern is the number one guy.
Oh,
how do you think he takes him on?
I've seen old Stern.
Rattle Cube says, "Aren't we all just regurgitated opinions of someone? How do new ideas really form in the average Joe?" Well, even average people are capable of their own thought if they choose to think in their own path, right? We're all capable of original thought, right? We just have to try and find it. And the question is, if we're willing to stop at whatever our idols or our current, whoever we're currently following, if we're able to stop at what they say and accept that as the be all end all, then of course, yeah, you're regurgitating opinions, but you can go beyond that. You can get bits and pieces from people that intrigue you, and you can think beyond them. We're all capable of thinking beyond the collective thought. I'm not expecting many people to do it. There's
a difference between being influenced and just being a parrot of somebody. It's okay to have to be influenced by people you like and respect, but just naturally, you're not going to always agree with one person. Like literally everything one person says, and you have no like critique of them at all. Then I think you're just a mindless sycophant at that point.
The Disinfo Warrior says everyone has some influences. Yeah, like it's like art. If you only paint with the red paint, your painting's going to come out looking awfully fucking red. But if you paint with all the different colors available to you and all the different techniques you've learned from everywhere, you're going to be able to paint a picture that represents an idea that is not formally locked in. You're going to be able to create. You're going to be able to go beyond.
Everyone, please like the stream, too, if you haven't already. Throw us a like. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Stern, where he goes, these fucking creeps, they get rich, they dump their wives, and they get some dumb supermodel.
Right, eye candy,
some eye
supermodel.
candy chick. And she's got to lie under him, and she hates his guts, but she loves his money.
Yeah.
So she's like 30 years younger than him, lying underneath this disgusting
Crawls
old
aboard. I think he was talking about Larry King.
Yeah.
He was talking about Larry King and he was describing exactly what he does now. Exactly what he does.
And it's, the worst thing about him too is, yes, there's the woke stuff and that he's politically weak. It was the COVID shit
that put him over the edge.
The room where the Amazon packages sit for 36 hours, like it's pure Howard Hughes shit.
I mean, a lot of people were doing that at first. But
a lot of people were doing that, but Howard Stern was doing that before COVID.
He's a germaphobe.
You could compare him to Howard Hughes before COVID.
Yes.
COVID, the vaccines and COVID just happened to appeal to what he was already trying to achieve. Of course he's going to jump on that train. For you to attack that and say he's woke because of that and ignore his complete bias for wanting to be the Howard Hughes type of reclusive anti-germaphobe, that's bad faith too. Yep. You can't compare that to current wokeism, the pro-vaccine rhetoric when he was literally doing this far before any of the vaccine stuff. We wanted to not germaphobe, not touch hands, not travel. He wanted to be that recluse before all this. So now if you want to try and label him wokey because of that, that's very bad faith.
Is Howard Hughes stuff.
Over the top Howard Hughes shit.
Dude, Howie Mandel, Howard Hughes, Howard Stern. Maybe there's something about a kid named Howard.
It's a Howard.
That's a good point.
It was
a good point.
It was interesting to see Howard Stern and Howie Mandel. They were both hosting America's Got Talent at the same time, and they would kind of trigger each other's OCD with each other. It was weird. Yeah, they had a hypnotist on there one time that hypnotized Howie Mandel, and he was shaking everybody in the audience's hands without a glove on.
That's funny.
Yeah, I'm like, this couldn't have been fake. There's no way this dude would like be OCD in public for years and be all crazy about it, and then all of a sudden, just for the sake of TV, be okay with shaking like all these people's hands that he doesn't even know.
Yeah, this Howard thing that Anthony is bringing up, Howard Stern, Howard Hughes, Howard Mandel, like you can throw this out. This obviously isn't a real notion. Howard the Duck had no problem getting up and getting dirty. So proven wrong.
Word thing, you become this germaphobe.
Yeah, he's always been a germaphobe. He's literally always been a germaphobe. You can go back like 25 years where he almost fires Baba Booey for letting a guest in with strep throat. It happened. He's very germophobic, and he's been that way for a long time.
He was woke. He was pro-vaccine woke back then, Ben.
He was very paranoid about the plastic coffee stirrer. He used to talk about that all the time because he thought maybe chemicals from the hot coffee were getting into his drinks from the plastic straw. He would talk about that
That's
a lot.
funny.
Yeah. He was OCD.
Howie.
Like, are you worried about the chemicals from a plastic straw, but you like live and work in New York City, where the amount of pollution in that dense area is gonna be way worse than your little plastic straw.
Yeah,
just
it's true.
breathing.
All right,
real scared of germs.
Fucking crazy. They'll make a lot of money, but they'll be fucking psychopaths. Yeah, he was talking
Neo
about
in the chat says, "I wish you would realize you're a fanboy and people like Howard are controlled." Neo, I want you to also look at yourself and who you follow, and I want you to know how controlled are you by the other side, because I think there's probably a nice middle where all of this stuff is controlled bullshit, and if you're too far to either side, you're a pawn. Like right here, right now, Ben and I are giving a very, very light retort to these people making this huge deal out of some very minimal talking points that Howard Stern made. Like, if you really believe what Howard Stern said was this crazy woke message, then I gotta wonder, where are you standing? That's all I want to know, Neo. Because if you're standing in the other side of the aisle with your tinfoil hat on, saying that some big burly man's gonna walk in and take a piss next to your 8-year-old daughter, then we gotta have that talk, okay? Let's see what talk we're gonna have, and we'll have that talk. Right now, we're having the talk where Howard Stern's saying that he wants to get vaccinated. Respect trans people, and this other one I keep forgetting. It's another simple one. Ben, you know it.
Well, okay, vaccine, trans people, and Trump.
Yeah, Trump. God, why do I keep forgetting? It's just anti-Trump. You're obviously half of the country is gonna say "ooh, yuck, Trump," right?
Yeah.
Like this is very simple stuff. 5, Brian with the 5. This is
Maybe
very
4?
simple stuff. 4, maybe 4. Where's we need Fixed Soul to come in and give us $5.66 right now. Gives us 66666. Damn it.
I mistakenly banted too hard at him, and then he left.
I'll never not see that and not think of him.
Yeah.
R.I.P. in peace.
I told him I was sorry. I didn't mean to piss him off, but
I think he gave me a gift before he left too. It should be in the DP PO box, which people can send us things in the DP PO box.
yeah, I'm about to check that out too. So
we have the story too. It was.
I'll play you the clip, but he does say, I'm a big Howard Stern fan, and I started. But how he goes, yeah, but Howard is woke now. I hear that a lot. That I'm not good anymore because I'm woke. Yeah.
Why do you keep hearing that?
Maybe Metamucil is woke.
His whole career.
Yeah, because Howard always talks about how he has like constipation and how he takes Metamucil. Thank you.
Oh, Brian, you were $1 over, you madman. You madman.
Yeah, but Howard always talks about his bowel movements and Metamucil and how he has really great, bowel movements with Metamucil.
Stop eating it.
Which is super woke. And Neo says, Billy, I don't have to like the right or the left. You don't either. Howard is desperate.
What is he
How
desperate?
is he really desperate, though?
They have dirt on him. Okay, can you tell us what the dirt is and how you know this?
And even if they do, what is he saying? If these minimal messages from Howard Stern are all it takes to control the population, they deserve to be controlled. This is very light stuff Howard Stern is saying. That's the thing I'm saying. Whether you're left, right, middle, I don't care. Making a big to-do about these comments is what we're mocking right now. That's what we're calling out. If you can't see that, I'm wondering where your head's at.
The way
we're not over here like, oh yeah, that Howard Stern, he's so punk rock. Just remember how cool he was? This is so great for him to be standing up. And we're not even saying that. We're like, how petty is the right now for having multiple talking points out against Howard Stern right now on these nothing burger comments.
Take that as a compliment that I'm woke. I'll tell you how I feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
To me, the opposite of woke is being asleep.
Shut up.
Gramps.
If woke means I can't get behind Trump, which is what I think it means, or that I support people who want to be transgender or I'm for the vaccine. Well, dude, call me woke as you fucking want.
Okay.
I'm not for stupidity. You know, I ran.
And then all the right's like, oh God, oh, how could he say this? How could this is sick? Ugh, I'm gonna.
He's gonna puke. Yeah, I mean, like how could he say this? He had Benji get fingered. He had Crackhead Bob and Beetlejuice on. How could he say this?
It's so nothing and basic, and they're acting like it's the end of the world.
Friday morning,
This is snowflake. The right is being a snowflake over this. This is snowflake response.
CVS, thank you, CVS. I went over there 9 a.m. and got myself that new vaccine for COVID. This fucking country is so great. You can get it for free. I mean, everyone can get it for free except me. I had to pay for it.
For a second.
Could you pause for a second? Could you? Could you pause? Can we just say again how absolutely disgusting this is? Howard is controlled by the media, telling everybody that he's woke.
Did he?
So stupid.
Did they like make billionaires pay for it, or did he like choose to pay for it? I don't get that. I thought just like everybody could get the free vaccine, but he was like, I had to pay for it. Were they like, oh, you're Howard Stern, you have $1 billion, so you have to pay for it?
Did he pay for it early on?
Maybe early.
Everybody else.
Maybe.
Did he buy some black market vaccine?
Black market vaccine.
So, but he'll still lock himself in his house. What kind of vaccine? He runs out to get the vaccine and then locks himself in his house. How good is the vaccine?
Remember when it started, he goes, are you getting the vaccine? And he would get nervous. Because he's so scared of germs, he's scared of vaccines. He's scared of everything.
Right.
And he goes, why would I use that up that someone else could have? It's like there's an ocean of vaccines.
I wouldn't worry about
got it. Don't worry about it.
Howard Stern took some little fucking kid's vaccine.
Yeah, it's not
away
a
from
polio vaccine in World War II, bro.
What is this?
All right. So that's that.
I have an episode on Censored TV, by the way, with Young Crip. You can go on censored.tv and watch my alt-right Young Crip episode, where I'm definitely not a lefty or a righty.
So let us know.
I'm just a man talking shit with my buddy, rest in peace, Young Crip.
So let us know in the comments if you're watching this after the fact what you think of the whole Howard Stern thing. Is he woke? Is he not woke? Does he know what woke means? Is he controlled because he's being blackmailed like 100% of celebrities? I don't know.
And if he is controlled, hey, O'Brien, he paid for the premium vaccine with extra microchips.
Vaccine with extra microchips.
I need to get me some of those.
It's the extra vax. Yeah, if you guys think Howard Stern is controlled, then please in the comments tell me in great detail what his comments here are doing to destroy America through his controlled voice. This is so milquetoast. These comments are so nothing, and the right is acting like this is the worst thing to happen to free speech ever. Like, where's the problem? That's the problem I have. I can't see one.
All right, let's check. Everyone, please like the stream if you haven't already. We're getting really close to the goal. Just a reminder, got a ton of Patreon content happening next week. You should sign up. I recommend the $10 level because you'll get a lot of content that way. But you can sign up at the $5 level and get the 2 private shows. We've got the return of Spin Till You Spew Trivia. Jeff and myself will be going head-to-head in the ultimate game of trivia and drinking and lucky wheel spins. So check that out. That's for $5. And then also for that same $5, we'll be doing Actual Mania 48 coming up here. And it got nasty between Magicus and Egghead at the end of the last show. So it's only going to heat up. There's a lot of heat between those two, and we'll see how that plays out.
Why don't you tell me what you really think? What do you think I've been doing the last 15 minutes?
It got dirty. It's going to be fun.
That was so funny.
Yeah. Yes, I'm very excited about that. And also check out the pre-show. It's free. It's on all of our audio podcast platforms. I have it linked down below if you want to check that out. The pre-show's a good time. And we are going to check out Jeff Holiday's whole bog wine thing that he's making. So we're going to play the intro. Here we go.
Could he disappear? Could he disappear? Could he disappear? Could he disappear?
Woke, oh yeah, I got the new vaccine today and now I've already got a temporal Borg transponder.
Yeah.
Oh no! Oh no!
All right, here's Jeff Holiday making the King Cobra wine. At first I misread his shirt, and then I'm like, oh, it says don't at the bottom. I was like, is that left over from the Kekistan days? Yeah, is it left over from the Kekistan days or something? I don't know.
Hey, what's up, you cool Cobras? How you doing? So, a buddy of mine, Dania, he has challenged me to make the KingCobraJFS fruit wine. I have a lovely assistant, Cousin Matt. Come here.
Cousin Matt.
You gonna contaminate?
He's very tall, so the top of his head is not in frame.
Duck down. You gotta get the whole gamut. There you go. See? There we go. That's what's up. So we're making some.
Hold on. What does his shirt say? What does his shirt say? Is Cousin Matt buying Sturgis merchandise?
That's just like your opinion, Ben.
King Cobra wine. We got apple peach mango.
Why does Cousin Matt have very strong Baked Alaska vibes right now?
The beard and the sunglasses and the hat for sure. If he had like
what is going on?
Yeah, I don't know.
4.
If it wasn't for that massive man bulge in between his legs, I'd think this was Baked Alaska.
Grocery stores to find.
Garla membership back. Yay. What's up? Cheers.
This one.
We had to find. You can't just substitute when you're making Cobes.
Gotta follow the recipe.
You gotta follow that recipe to a T.
To a T. Now
he's gonna get bog chillism.
We are, but we're not.
Oh.
Because he makes it in the jug.
Which we're not gonna do.
No, because that's not enough wine for me. So we got 2, and we've got an old Carlo Rossi bum jug.
They already have
Jeff trying to do this right.
Yeah. They all. In order to do this right, you have to do it wrong. Like they already have better equipment than Cobra has. I don't know. This is not authentic bog wine already.
We're gonna brew it in, so that means we gotta double up on the recipe. So the recipe also calls for. I didn't even get the generic sugar. I even got the sugar that Coke's had.
Ben, pause. Netra Amorosi in the chat says that's a Sturgis motorcycle thing. Not
we know.
Person.
Yeah, we know.
Oh, thank you, Netra. I was gonna go the rest of my life thinking that Cousin Matt was a fan of Sturgis.
Yeah, actually, Jeff and Matt, they go on those like motorcycle tours together. So he's a big time. Thank you for signing up for Patreon. I really appreciate it. We really need the Patreon to go in the opposite direction it has been going. So if you guys want to help contribute, it's much needed and much appreciated. But yeah, they're both motorcycle guys. So I'm not surprised Matt's wearing a Sturgis shirt. Sturgis 2023. Apparently he went to the Sturgis rally this year.
Unless he was here to own the detractors.
The good stuff.
Yeah, the G&H, not a sponsor.
Not a sponsor. Tubes.
And they didn't have them in singles, so I had to get a 3-pack
You got the cooking yeast.
Oh yeah, I use that same brand to make pizza dough, but I use the pizza specific yeast that they make.
The Fleischmann's Rapid Rise Instant Yeast. Right, we want this to rapidly rise. That's what we want. And I have a vapor lock because I do brewing, so that way I don't have to manually burp it on.
You're doing it too well. You already have. You should have bought a balloon. You have too good of equipment,
Well,
Jeff Holiday. You're a professional.
If Cobra sees this, maybe Cobra will follow the instructions and get his shit tight so that he can get some good bog wine too.
Cobra's the kind of guy where you have to trick him into thinking your idea or advice was his idea. Otherwise, he's like naturally resistant to anyone telling him what to do. And he'll kind of do the opposite of it unless you kind of convince him that that was like his idea. He's naturally he's naturally defiant.
He's always traveled to the beat of his own drum.
Burp it, and I'm gonna be on tour soon. So.
Right, so.
All right, man. You gonna help me pour it in? Yeah, man. Are your hands clean?
Oppositional defiance disorder.
I called out Cousin Matt for looking like Baked Alaska. If Jeff put glasses on, he'd also look like Baked Alaska. This is just the Baked Alaska boy group.
No, I've been working on my motorcycle.
That's cool. Whatever.
I'm not going to touch anything but the outside of bottles.
No, I know.
I'll let you do the rest of it.
Just go ahead. Go ahead. Whoa.
It's going to overflow.
We don't need to spill our sweet nectar, okay?
This is okay. Another reason they're doing it wrong. Those bottles say 100% juice on them, and Cobra was using like 4% juice. Tampico, which is like Sunny D, basically.
This is for fermenting purposes.
Yeah.
This is.
Good flavor,
21 and up.
21 and over, please.
Yeah. We gotta make sure we can.
Now this bottle's gonna fill up, and the boys are gonna have a little juice to drink afterwards. But no, it's gonna fill it perfectly, isn't it?
Yes. See, another thing that isn't according. See, they're supposed to fill it all the way up and drink a whole bunch of it first. That's how Cobra does it. You're not following directions, Jeff.
He's doing it in a way that might teach Cobra. I kind of like that. If Cobra sees this,
he's not
and
gonna
watches
learn.
it and says, "Oh, so this is the better way." Maybe he'll try it.
I think you approach Cobra as if he thinks the way you do.
I think I approach Cobra in that he is capable of learning.
He's capable of learning, but he doesn't like being told what to do or taking
If I have to
advice.
choose potential with somebody, I'm going to choose the greater potential, not the lesser potential. That's just the type of person I am.
That's so ridiculous.
That's true.
It's
All
called
genders
optimism.
are valid when you're drinking KingCobraJFS fruit wine. So, my measuring cup that I usually use is dirty, and I don't want to clean it, so I have a measuring cup.
If it were up to me, Drunken Peasants would be Optimus Productions.
1 whole cup
AKA
of sugar.
Optimus Prime.
So we have to put 2.
Oh man, that's right, because we're doubling up.
We're doubling up, man.
There's 1 cup.
1 cup of sugar.
That's our first cup tubes.
There's our first cup tubes. Look at that sweet granulated happiness.
Oh yeah, huh?
It's like an hourglass.
Oh yeah, huh? That might take a minute. Shit.
Yeah, you know what? Once this goes, we're gonna pour a little bit back into the jug.
Yeah, it's going to take forever. It's like an hourglass at this point.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's filled like a third of the way
Son
up.
of a bitch.
It's okay.
I didn't think that through at all.
There you go. Now you've got it. There you go. That's the ticket. Don't think it
Now
through
you're
and
making
just
bog
do
wine.
it.
Like, look at me. I'm more fancy than Cobra. I have a funnel.
Yeah. That's what you get.
Just gotta fuck
Coach
it
got
up.
one on you.
Damn it.
So what we'll do? Hold on.
What are you gonna do?
We're gonna get fancy with this.
What are we gonna do?
Still got some left.
Yeah, we have a bunch. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we'll use that to wash this down when we're all done.
Oh, okay. All right.
So we get all the sugar in.
All right. Cup number 1. God damn, this is a lot of sugar.
It's gotta ferment.
Gotta have food for the yeast. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what's up.
Those cultures.
That's most definitely what's up.
We're all about culture over here. Yeah.
I want Cobra to start making his own line of yogurt next. Doritos flavored Mountain Dew
Jeff's
yogurt.
supposed to spill a bunch of the sugar and then pour in way more than what was spilled to make up for it.
Yep.
Jeff can't do anything wrong the right way.
I like how you guys will critique Cobra
Yes,
doing it
$25
and critique Jeff
patron.
doing it. There you go. You guys critique anybody doing anything. You're all so professional.
You know what I just realized though? I don't have a lid for this, so I need to shake it.
Ah, dude, what? Okay, there you go, Jeff. There you go.
It's not really it's not designed for that.
Isn't there one on the one inside?
Yes.
We'll use that temporarily.
Okay, yeah.
No, you want to not have
top
what you
this thing
need.
up.
Now take a big swig from
yeah.
that bottle.
All right.
Look at this
Pretty
beautiful
good.
bog wine.
I need him to say he's giving it 2 weeks, which is not enough time for it to ferment, by the way. But I want him to say he's giving it 2 weeks, but only do 10 days and then drink it all and then pretend to get drunk. Actually, I don't think he's pretending. I think he's like psychosomatically like thinking he's drunk.
He needs to make one of these and then send it to King Cobra. Like he needs to just make it and then send it to Cobes. That would be the best.
And then some juice for me.
There you go. Okay. All right. It tastes like meat, Tubes.
I don't like that.
Oh, is it apple juice?
Maybe the wine will be better.
It's peach, mango, apple, I think.
Okay.
Probably not.
Probably not?
Probably not.
Okay. Sweet. Okay.
Did you put the yeast in?
No, we gotta shake it up first.
Oh, okay.
Then we put the yeast
Shake
in.
it up, baby.
Yeah, 'cause there's-
shake it up, baby.
There's all that sugar like caked on the bottom, so yeah, he does have to get it.
Sugar on the bottom, man.
I wonder if there's what kind of preservatives there are in the juice, though.
This is gonna
Since
take
it was
a minute.
100% juice, so I wonder what's in there.
Yeah.
I've got some experience. It's all right. Done this a few times.
Once or twice today.
Making wine,
Oh, right.
not spanking my monkey.
What?
Do people still
Get your-
say
Get your
It's
mind
the
out of
eye of the diaper. It's the fear of the shart.
the gutter, Jeffrey.
Do people still use that phrase, spanking monkey?
You just did.
Oh, well, yeah, but I'm fucking old.
Hey, kids, do you still say spanking the monkey?
I don't think
In
so.
this post-apocalyptic world, it won't be us that spanks the monkey, but the monkey that spanks us.
That's deep.
Wait, no, it's in this world gone mad. That's what he says.
This world gone
In
mad.
this world gone mad, we won't spank the monkey will spank us.
Oh, that's right. Should have known you were quoting some Kevin Smith nerd shit.
It was right as he was becoming lame. You know, he's not quite lame yet, but
I think we're good. So now we need a rapid rise.
we got to do 2 of them, right?
I don't think he used the whole thing. I think he only used half a pack.
What?
Because it was already open, and I watched him pour it, and it didn't look like he used all of it. It didn't look like it to me.
All right,
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It honestly doesn't, because yeast, once his yeast wakes up and activates the sugar, it starts to just multiply and fucking burp and gas.
Wouldn't it activate on the sugar that's in it already, like the natural sugars? Did it need all of that extra sugar when there's already sugar naturally?
If you put more sugar in, does that mean it's going to have a higher alcohol content?
I don't know. I've never made my own alcohol before, so I'm not sure. But like when you make pizza dough, you put sugar in it, and the yeast like feeds on it to grow. So
Our audience is being so weird ever since Jeff said spanking the monkey. They're saying different ways to masturbate. They're like choking the chicken, cutting the hot dog, slapping the pud, sober live shattered. You guys are so crazy.
It ain't gonna fucking matter. You can accomplish a lot with very little yeast if you're patient. Okay. God, I wish these were separated. I don't want to fucking dump yeast all over myself. Wouldn't be the first time.
It wouldn't be the first time.
There was someone that left a comment on one of the recent episodes that claimed to be a professional baker. And Cobra said that he could tell that what he was drinking was real mead, the stuff that he made, because it made his stomach burn. and that person said that Cobra may have very well have drank live yeast and have a yeast infection in his stomach.
Oh, God.
I don't know if that happens. I don't know anything about it, and I didn't verify the authenticity of the person making the claims, but that would be crazy if that were the case.
I'll be honest with you. I do worry about King Cobra through all this bog wine stuff.
Yes.
Like,
No.
He is messing with disaster. And I hope that he gets just sick enough to make him not do this anymore and not too sick to the point where he's seriously injured off of it.
I'm hoping his dad goes, "Hey, Josh, you shouldn't do that." But who knows?
I don't either.
All right.
You spilled yeast while you were making alcohol before?
Sure.
Let's go with that.
It wasn't a poor attempt at a joke.
I hope not, because it was a really poor attempt if it was.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
Away, my pretties. Away.
Some yeast. Do we shake it up again now?
I don't remember. Probably.
I think he shakes a lot.
Yeah,
he loves shaking it.
Probably. All right. One more shake.
He does. He's had so many videos where he's just sitting there shaking it. You know, the one thing that
you're like a perfect.
The one
mimic.
thing that might be saving Cobra is the fact that he's so impatient. He doesn't let it sit long enough for it to like really develop anything. Like, let alone like alcohol, like the botulism or like mold or anything like that.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
Chunky? Well, yeah, it's gonna congeal and conglomerate and all that kind of shit. Yeah,
I hate it.
Conglomerate.
Conglomerate.
All right, so this thing is a vapor lock. So as these things eat the sugar, and then they fart CO2, CO2 comes out, and it pops like bubbles out through here. That way, you don't have to keep checking on it. And now, we put it somewhere dark for 4 weeks.
For 4 weeks. Yeah, that's a good amount of time.
Ben, should we start making a Drunken Peasants wine to give to the $33.33 level?
Wine takes longer to make than beer. I don't even know. What are the laws like shipping homemade alcohol?
I think legally we have to call it swill. And
Swill.
you guys have to pick it up. If you guys want some of our swill, we can't mail it to you.
If you want to do it like Cobes, you gotta keep it in the light and shake it every single day. But
yeah, and you got to take sips from it before it's ready too.
Nah, we won't do that.
I think the best call is to just put it somewhere dark and let it do its thing.
I think I'm just gonna leave it in my closet. Okay. Well.
So, and you too could possibly have a bottle of.
Sorry.
What are we calling it?
Bog wine.
A bottle of bog wine.
What's the date? Is it the first or the second?
It's the first.
It's the first?
It's the first.
4 weeks from now. So, the 29th.
The 29th. We'll
The 29th.
Sure.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
All right.
And then we'll taste test it. So.
We'll see how it goes. I might even have to drink some bog wine myself. So.
Yep. Well, we'll find out. All right.
Anyway.
Thanks again to Dania for the challenge.
That's what's up, too.
So,
yeah.
do we know when Jeff's gonna drink this?
In like 4 weeks, because this is a new video. When I downloaded it, it wasn't even 24 hours old. So,
ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see a spooky bog wine Halloween from Jeff Holiday.
Yeah.
1 month from now. Let's go. It's going to be just in time for spoopy season.
let's check in on Cobra's. Actually, here's an update on Cobra's teeth. I guess Cobra's going to the dentist. Let's hear what he was saying.
A teeth update. I am actually going to be going to the dentist. I got to schedule a dentist appointment. My teeth are pretty,
Oof.
Of course, in this light, they don't look that bad.
Okay.
There's a Magic the Gathering card. I'm going to pull it up. I don't know, Ben, do you want to pull it up? If you type in MTG ATOG Arabian Nights, I believe, or third edition. MTG ATOG, space, ATOG revised, a space revised. And I just want to compare King Cobra's teeth picture to this If you can't find it, I'll search it real quick. But I'm gonna there's gonna be one that's there's gonna be a specific one that we don't want. So I should just send it to you.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna send this to you, and I just want to. When Cobra did that teeth pick, it reminded me so much of this classic Magic the Gathering card.
Yeah, it doesn't ring a bell.
It'll be right to you in 1 second here. I just had to download it. It's coming in hot through the Discord. Ladies and gentlemen, let me know if I am psycho for thinking of this Magic card when Cobra did his.
Sorry. Ohio State just beat Notre Dame. I was kind of all white knuckled, kind of passively keeping an eye on the game. Sorry, I got really excited.
All right, so
there you go.
To compare this to Cobra showing his teeth, am I wrong for that image flashing in my mind when he showed his teeth?
But honestly, this thing's teeth look cleaner.
No. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
If I gotta get dentures,
congratulations to Ohio.
Yeah. Yes. Holy shit. 16-14. 16-14 with a touchdown. They were down. It was 14-10. I mean, it's going to be 17-14 because they're going to kick an extra point, but they've already won because time was out. There was 3 seconds left. It was insane. I was just because I just saw that it was about to end, so I'm like, oh god, I might as well see what happened, and it was insane. It was insane.
Insane.
All right, here's some Boggle Chronicles.
Warning: do not try this at home. Josh is a special needs YouTuber and not a professional winemaker of any kind. He has been known to consume Friskies cat food and be incredibly rude to the brave men and women of the local DoorDash community.
The brave men and women.
Painful, leave it at my door.
What up, YouTube?
You know what they've been doing? Because he's been ignoring the knocks on his door when the food gets sent to him. And he's been leaving it out there for hours. And people have been sending him giant bags of ice to melt in front of his door. Yeah, that's so creative.
Making some homemade alcohol. One of the fans sent me
the cops showed up again the other night, too. The cops and the paramedics, because he drank his bog wine and fell asleep in his chair. So they called and said that, he passed out on stream. Send a paramedic. So, yeah.
East. So we're going to make a strawberry banana mead. This juice has some preservatives in it, so we're going to add this nectarine. And we're going to add strawberries and banana to it to really hammer the taste home. Grab our funnel, stick it in there like that.
Cobra should just make a Spodie where he gets vodka and a bunch of other garbage swill, mixes it together with some juice and some chopped fruit, and lets it sit for 6 hours and then drinks it. That's a nice healthy Cobra drunk party. I want that. I don't need him to be making this trash botulism bog wine.
Botulism. By the way, I spoke too soon, and Notre Dame is challenging the touchdown that just happened, so it might get overturned, and we'll see.
King. No!
I know.
We got one whole thing of local hive Rocky Mountain honey. We're going to pour that entire thing of honey into the jar.
Icy touchdown. Those fuckers.
Oh, he's making mead. So the touchdown got overturned?
No, I don't know yet. We'll see. They're waiting on it, but they were showing slow motion, and it looked like the ball crossed. Yep. Okay, they gave it to him. It's official now. They won.
All right.
Because it matters it matters where the ball is when his knee touches the ground, and the ball was right on the line to score a touchdown. Right when his knee. I was
going to try and get you to reverse your celebration if it got reversed.
I would have. I mean, it is what it is.
Nice and slow, baby.
Pour the honey in there until it just stops dripping. We have to make some room for our sugar. And
Yeah, he puts a whole thing of honey in there. That is completely unnecessary. And that
Reverend Veritas says Cobra is a sweet boy unless you anger him, then he pulls out the blade. I think the best of us are sweet boys unless provoked.
our honey and our banana and our strawberries. Next, we're going to add 1 whole banana in there. Fresh banana too, man.
Oh God! Look at that honey bunch at the bottom. That's grody.
He's putting fruit in it now. He's not gonna refrigerate it. I don't know how much of this is real juice, but I mean it's gonna become moldy. It's gonna become like mold water eventually. You know that happens like if I make tea and I leave it sit out overnight, it'll grow mold in it overnight.
Yeah.
Because of the tea particles will like get moldy.
Yeah.
So like fruit will get really, oh God, it's so gross.
Full of strawberries.
He's gonna drink that shit in like a week. It's not gonna be good.
Rattle Cube says Cobes is not a sweet. Look how he treats DoorDashers. He's got a bad relationship with DoorDashers. Does he treat them poorly when he orders them, or does he treat them poorly when they obnoxiously come to his house? That's the difference. He does. If he's ordering DoorDash and he treats them poorly,
he should.
That's kind of fucked.
He should understand though that they don't know what the fuck is going on, right? Like,
yeah, but he can't understand that. He's mad because he's being trolled. Like he's got his own issues he's dealing with in that moment. We can't hold him accountable for being polite when he's at his wit's end, right? We don't judge people in their worst moments. We judge people in their best moments.
So he's constantly having his worst moments.
In those moments, definitely, yeah. He's being trolled and it's triggering him.
Not all the time. Sometimes it is food that he wants to eat, but there is a fair share of like troll DoorDash for sure.
I don't know if he's always rude to DoorDashers. That's one point. But if he's only rude when he's being like they're being sent to his house and he doesn't want them there, I can understand him losing his cool there.
Jumex strawberry banana nectar from concentrate.
Jumex? Is that how you say it? Isn't it like Humex? I don't know.
I mean, I'm reading Jumex the same way he is. If I'm not someone who pronounces J the way some people say jalapeno.
If it's Spanish, I try
It's definitely Spanish. Like it is Humex. But if you're not the Spaniard educated linguist, it's Jumex.
Maybe like 1 more can of that.
Same way some people will say
nectar.
LaCroix is LaCroix or LaCroix. It's not LaCroix, it's LaCroix.
Now we're going to shake it up.
Did he put Triscuits in there?
He put Triscuits in this really bad soup that he made. Soup in quotation marks. It looks so gross. It's probably one of the grossest things he's ever made.
How long until you think he starts fermenting soup and making savory wine?
Oh, like tomato soup, like fermented tomato soup.
A little Parmesan tomato wine.
How about a lobster bisque?
Shake that up.
Some
just
kimchi
like
wine.
That's 1 packet of
Shake it up, baby, now.
EC 1118 wine yeast.
Yeah, someone sent him a special yeast made for making wine, and that's what he's using here.
We're going to dump that yeast into here, this wine-making yeast.
Oh, God, this is going to turn into, like, disgusting shit.
And it's already, like, base right now. Just drinking it right now is disgusting.
Right.
Like,
when it's fresh.
As it is. Yeah, as it begins to, like, some people would say ferment, but in this case, rot. As it begins to rot and decay, it's going to turn into something that no human should consume. The question is, will his bug stomach save him from the episode of botulism this will bring on? That's the real scientific question here. We've seen Cobra eat some shit that sat around. You know he's got a strong constitution when it comes to eating food. He's obviously going to be able to handle more than you or I would, Ben. The same way a dog can eat out of the trash can and not get sick. Like there's got to be some sort of natural immunity he has to this. That's one holdout I have. If that thing is a botulinum teapot, that he's able to survive whatever comes out of it.
He said his stomach was burning the other day while he was drinking some of that shit. So that's a problem.
Party balloon.
I worry about our boy, Ben.
Attach the balloon with a ponytail holder so it don't come off. Give it a stir. Now we're going to let it ferment. Watch it do its thing. Strawberry, banana, honey, mead. We're going to try this Hawaiian Punch. Swell strawberry banana, not a sponsor.
Hawaiian Punch is not juice, by the way. It's like... it has some real juice in it. I don't know how much. Someone could figure that out.
If you watched my Making Mead video, you know what's up. I'm making a new batch of that Cobra Hooch. So let's give it a smooch and try some, shall we? Just try it by itself. We got to empty the bottle for it to be transferred anyways, as per process. I'm going to let it age until the 21st of October. Give it a whole month to stankify and age. See what it
Stankify. That's a good term.
This man knows what he's talking about.
He does.
Cash App and PayPal shout-outs done, son. I appreciate the generosity. You have no idea. Dalton, thank you for your 69 cents. Dakota with your penny. Justin, thank you for your 1 penny. Dalton, thank you for your 69 cents. Ray, thank you for your 47 cents. Jonathan with their 27 cents.
We have to find the cheapest hotel in Las Vegas that we can get rooms in dirt cheap with a hall where we can throw DP Fest. Maybe we can talk like Dick and Vito into joining on and a bunch of other people we know, to Jeff and all his people, to join on for one big shithole convention in Las Vegas. And you and I, Ben, can run a truck full of swill moonshine that we make and give out to all of our fans that come out to hang out with us in Las Vegas at SwillCon.
3% juice in Hawaiian Punch, by the way. It's mostly just sugar and artificial flavoring. That's really...
That's just...
Yeah.
This is just a botulism hot pot.
Yeah. Yes.
Brandon, thank you for your 1 penny.
No.
Warren.
Stop reading those. If it's under $2, don't read it. Ignore it. 1 penny.
Except that you know it's going to be content.
Yeah. But that wouldn't be my, like, if he didn't want to be trolled, that would be my advice to him. But of course, yeah, it's content.
Yes. Thank you for your penny. John, thank you for your 69 cents. And Destiny, thank you for your 3 cents.
3 cents.
You want a shout out, donate to Cash App or PayPal, I'll give you a shout. That's most definitely what's up, YouTube.
And like PayPal takes a fee. So like how much of the 1 cent? I guess maybe they can't do a fraction of 1 penny. I don't know.
Joke's on you, PayPal. I'm going to give Cobra $1 million a penny at the time. You'll see none of it, PayPal.
And fuck the YouTube trolls.
All right. We have the next chapter of this amazing series, too. And by the way, guys, we're at 89% of the goal. We haven't even hit the 2-hour mark yet. Feel free to keep the tip train rolling. We got plenty of content to watch tonight. Yeah, use the link in the description. And I'm not worried about it. God, we're so close to the goal. We came in close to the goal. And we must thank the martyr Magicus. He died so that we could live. He sacrificed himself.
Which I think is a good thing. I don't think Magicus needs to live. He's a wizard.
Warning. Any advice given in this video is not to be taken seriously. Josh is as much a winemaking professional as I am a neurosurgeon. These are just the views of a so-called...
asking for money again.
Yes!
For real, Justin Buckner calling it as he sees it. These blokies.
We are blokies. And now we're at 95%. That's amazing.
high-functioning alcoholic who also happens to have access to Google search. This man goes into the negative weekly by overspending on DoorDash. Highly regarded.
Please like the stream, everyone who hasn't already. We would appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning, YouTube. Giving
Good
you
morning,
some
King
pro
Cobra.
tips with making your own mead. One of my fans was gracious enough to send me some wine making yeast number 1118, and this wine making yeast does not require any sort of hot water to activate it. Excuse me. When you're making your own homemade wine, the bottle likes to expand. So if you don't have an airlock, I would use a balloon like I do. Just poke a hole in the middle of the cap, stretch a balloon over it, double tie the ponytail, 1 loop, 2 loop, boom.
Are you paying attention, class? Are you taking notes?
What you'd call, wine yeast likes it cold, dark, and no light. That's why when I was pouring water into the honey bottle, it was cold water, and I gave it a little swish, poured it into there. People are like, oh my God, Tampico and fucking Hawaiian Punch have all these chemicals.
They do. They have like preservatives. It's not like it's like toxic chemicals or anything.
With Cobra's lathe, do you think he could make his own corks for his own brand of wine?
I'm not sure how corks are made. I'm not sure how cork is made. Is it made from like a specific type of wood?
Yeah, they use like an oak wood, like a cork oak wood.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that at all.
If it's possible for him to make corks, we should hire him to make the corks for our swill. Have him send the corks, then we could like dip the bottle, the cork bottle tops in a melted wax like they do with Maker's Mark. We'll have our own DP wax on our swill that will sell moonshine bootleg style at our meetup.
That mango punch
We're in the moonshine business now.
Knocked me on my ass.
Yeah, this is when the cops and the paramedics showed up.
Oh no.
That is like a total cop knock.
People are going to keep knocking on my fucking door. Jesus Christ. So when this one's done, I'm not going to drink it as fast and savor it more.
Did they just jump away from the cops?
Yeah, they were just giving like the backstory on it.
I'll be bottling up the strawberry banana mead on the 22nd of October. So if you give the wine, the 1118 wine yeast, plenty of sugar to eat and dissolve and whatever, and you put it in a dark and cold closet and just let it sit. And before you do all that, you want to make sure that your lid is on there nice and tight. Yeah, so I'm not going to be bottling that up into a clean bottle until October 22nd. So now
He's got a while to wait.
An entire month to make it happen. And what's in a month? 30 days.
Sometimes 31, sometimes 29, sometimes
but
28.
I'm watching it like a hawk, dude.
I think there's a month that has 32 days because I remember this girl said she would marry me on February 32nd.
Yeah, check the calendar. Make sure you're there when it happens.
Of conditions for that yeast, you can make
There's a February 29th every 4 years.
A homemade wine / me.
Not every 4 years, right? On the 100th, they don't have leap year, right?
Maybe.
Like the year 2000 didn't have a leap year.
Okay, yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
Pretty
yeah.
sure it's every centennial. Or maybe it's every millennium. I thought it was centennial, though. But there's like one where they skip leap year. I was so put off by that in 2000. I was getting ready to have my normal February 29th celebration, and it never showed up.
Like 18% alcohol in volume. But if you don't take good care of it, it'll probably poop out before it gets to 14 or less. So 18% alcohol by volume is nothing to sneeze at. A Four Loko is like 11, 12, 13, 14 alcohol by volume.
A Four Loko. Josh is not making wine. He's making Four Loko.
Four locals?
Dependency Live says 2000 had a leap year. Well, maybe somebody put me to sleep for one day and tricked me out of my February 29th.
I had never heard that it ever like skips a cycle. I had just heard that like, you know, like there's not exactly 360 or like 24 hours in a day or whatever. So they have to add an extra day every 4 years to like even it up.
Degeneracy Live is saying every 100 years we skip the leap day unless it's a year divisible by 400.
That's interesting. Yeah, I've never heard of that before.
Well, why do I remember it, but remember it wrong? What the hell?
Well, you were right about it being skipped, but not in 2000.
I swear I missed a leap day. I swear.
Maybe
I'm
not.
typing in February 29th, 2000. 2000 to see what happened that day. If there's no news for that day, I don't believe it existed.
For ice with the 4Xs is 12.6% or 9 in volume.
That's wild.
By saying based off of my research, using Google to ask the important questions. And doing some research, like I said, you can make...
It's the Mandalorian effect right there, Degeneracy Live. Holy shit.
Nelson Mandalorian.
718.
Yes.
Freaking...
I heard his favorite book was Bernstein Bears.
Like I said, I was doing some research on Google.
It was Bernstein Wars.
Be careful in making your own homemade wine. You can, in fact, catch botulism.
Yeah.
I might try, when I bottle it on the 22nd, I'll try a couple glasses, like 2 to 4 glasses of it on YouTube.
Cobra is definitely one of those, it wouldn't happen to me types of people.
Yep.
You know? Oh, it would never happen to me.
Yep.
Cobes, I think botulism might be more likely to happen to you.
Yes.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong, buddy.
But I like making homemade alcohol.
When all this talk of botulism started happening when he started making his own alcohol.
Wow. Nearly at 100% of the goal at only 2 hours into the Saturday night show.
It's wonderful.
Proud of you, DP fans.
Thank you. I looked it up and like botulism is often fatal.
I'm very worried about King Cobra and this wine arc. I love the wine arc only because I think it's cool for him to get out and try new things and do stuff. He's a very crafty guy.
I wish Clint would help him actually follow. Like Clint helps him with his wands and shit. So you think maybe Clint could help him do a brew? You know, there are these home brew kits where if you like, they send you everything you need, like all the ingredients and everything. And if you just follow the instructions, in a few months, you have your own beer.
Yeah.
I wish he would just do something like that.
People are like, why don't you just go to the store and buy it? It's easier and you don't got to wait. I'm like, because, dude, creating your own homemade brew is a labor of love, you know? It just tastes better when you've put all this hard work into it versus, you know, because, it doesn't take much rocket science to make hooch like I'm making. But with my experiences that I have with it, I will share that with you on YouTube. So if my fans want to try making their own, but based off of my research, if you can get a hold of winemaking yeast 1118, that's a better selection than instant yeast.
That's a King Cobra review.
But what's on my agenda for today? It is Friday, tubes. And the time gets to be a bit more closer to the afternoon. You know, work on wands and music, and I got a food hack I'm planning. Also, I'm not going to be doing as many drinking streams, because if I do drink on camera, it's not going to be a shit ton. Like, real talk, you've seen me pass out drunk on camera multiple fucking times.
Yeah.
So the assholes who called the cops and the EMTs on me.
Yeah, but back then you were drinking store-bought alcohol and not making your own hooch, you know?
Yeah, to be honest, I kind of do like that they called just in case it was botulism. I don't like Cobra getting trolled like that. I don't like the cops and the meds coming to his house unless it's needed. And in this case, I am slightly worried about King Cobra.
Not doing it because they care. They were doing it to fuck with me.
That's probably true. Yeah, I think that's more
probable.
Yeah, I think that's the more likely scenario. But yeah, he's kind of playing with fire.
Oh, Cobra found something he enjoys. Cobra enjoys making his own hooch. Wow,
I love that. I do.
We can't have that, can we?
Cobra Craft Brews.
I'm saying, I would, if he perfects this and he drinks it and other people drink it and don't die, I would order Cobra Craft Brew. I can't even drink it. I have a heart condition, but I would order it. Maybe I should be the only one ordering this because I won't be drinking it.
My dumbass was like, let's see how much of it we can drink on stream. And then I got it down to damn near the bottom, and I passed out in my chair, and then the cops and the EMTs fucking show up, and I'm like, well, that's just great. They're like, why the fuck? I'm like, why the fuck are you going? I didn't say the F-bomb, but I was like, why are you people here? We got a call. People were concerned about you. I'm like, oh my freaking God. I'm like, I wasn't doing anything
drink combos you've ever seen.
Wrong, officer, EMTs, etc. I was drinking my own homemade wine and just streaming. It's like, well, you know, and that's the thing of it, man. You cannot let the haters get to you.
Rattlecube in the pleb chat says Cobes is slowly stopping all the stuff people watch him for. But here's the thing about King Cobra. We're probably going to see new things happen in that process. If he stops all the traditional things, he's done that multiple times. The King Cobra we used to watch back in the original documentary days is a totally different King Cobra than today, yet people still watch him in great numbers. So
greater numbers than before.
Yeah, I'm wondering what the evolution of Cobes will be as he stops the stuff you watch him for. You know, he's the type of person Cobra is. There's bound to be more. There's bound to be more little inconsistencies and quirky little things that we're going to watch and eat up as well. That's just the type of dude he is.
They are the worst pieces of shit. But you know what? I've got better things to do with my life. Making wands, working on my new album, coming up with food hacks, new t-shirts. I go live and they get so triggered. They'll even send me stupid text messages.
Better not go live, boy.
Just too like, I thought I told you couldn't go live.
Yeah, so this is an example of how he's very susceptible to reverse psychology, and he also it ties into where like he doesn't like being told what to do, so he'll do the opposite. And when someone, uses reverse psychology on him. He's like, oh, well, I'll show you. I can stream wherever I want. Yeah, they want him to stream. They don't want him to not stream. Them telling him, you better not go live, boy, is to convince him into streaming. And it works.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Boy. And I just laugh at it. People are accusing me of faking being drunk when I was drinking my mead. And I was trying to hold my composure, but like it started to kick in, and I was just like, yeah.
Seth looks, and the People's Pal and the People's Pal chat says, right now the new Cobra thing is to read the first names of the people that send in less than $1.
He shouldn't be reading any of their stuff.
Hey, Chuck, thanks for the 69 cents. Hey, Marvin, thank you again for the 1 cent donation.
1 cent.
Figure out that tripod for my cooking
Hey,
video.
Jacques, thank you for the 54 cents.
I don't want to take it out to show it off too often because I don't want the fucking yeast to die on me before I've had a chance to ferment it. So unless it's dark outside or dark in my apartment with little to no light, I'm not going to be showing off that bottle. But take a look at that. We got fermentation on the top. Every time I'll go...
He can't leave it alone, too. He has to keep fucking with it. So, like, assuming he had done everything correct and this was turning into wine or meat or whatever, he keeps, like, taking sips from it and shit like that. He cannot help himself.
To make homemade hooch, it ferments and does the bubbly thing. And I just want to look at it, make sure we're doing good. Oh, yeah, we're doing amazing. I found a new little hobby to enjoy. You know, I don't gotta shake it or mix it, just let it ferment. I'm gonna let it ferment until October 22nd. So that's most definitely what's up. This could
It's
turn
going to be a
into
spoopy Halloween.
like 18% alcohol by volume, and that's the goal at least. And I make a challenge out of it too. It's like while we're waiting for the wine to age or the mead to age, we'll drink less so your tolerance goes down. But that's how you do it, Tubes.
That's how you do it, Tubes.
I am excited and scared for this. This is thrilling.
Here's an update that he put out, because this video was made like yesterday. Here's an update that Cobes put out today.
What up, YouTube? The only reason I'm taking this mead and transferring it to a clean bottle on the 30th of September is because that mead has strawberry and banana slices in it, and I do not want moldy fruit in my mead, so I'm not gonna fuck with it unless that balloon gets too big and it pops, then we'll just replace it. But let's go slowly.
If he's streaming this week and we just hear a gigantic pop, that's so good.
Release on that carbonation deal, pressurized, so hell yeah. Some good looking mead, dude. I can't wait to try it. But yeah, on the 30th of September, we're going to rinse that bottle out, the empty one out with hot water, then cool it off with some cold water. Then we're going to use the strainer, and we're going to strain all the fruit out of it.
There's still going to be like bits of fruit in it.
Strawberries and banana. And then once we've strained all the fruit out of the mead.
Did his power go out? Like, what's going on?
It's just for sanitary reasons.
Yeah, probably face down.
So like on the 30th of September, all that fruit that we put in there to help it add flavor. That's the only reason we're transferring the mead.
I wonder if we could just like contact Boone's Farm and see if they'll make him his own brand of bog wine.
Boggs Farm.
Yeah, give him a Bugs Farm and send him a case, and we'll all pitch in and buy bottles of Bugs Farm to make it worth their
Boone's
while.
Farm is like cheap ass wine. Like,
yeah, I bet you they would do a limited run if they knew there were thousands of people that would buy a bottle as a gimmick.
Bottle.
And then you just send him a couple cases, and then he doesn't have to get botulism.
It's for sanitary reasons. So on the 30th of September, we'll do that. And after we get it into a new bottle, we'll let it age for a couple more days.
he should have never put the fruit in it. Like, yeah.
I'm liking the way that meat's turning out.
Spicy.
No spicy.
Botulism's so good. No spicy.
I'll be right back, and then we'll play a few more Cobra vids, and then we got some other stuff. Be right back.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, how we doing? It's Billy Big Screen once again. It's been a while. I gotta show you guys my cool new gift I got today. I want to see if it shows up on the green screen. I just took a swig of water. It looks like I have snot nose. Look at this. Oh, it's not gonna show up right. I had some guy make me this Billy the Fridge translucent card. So cool. Like a little thing. I went out to lunch with this guy at he makes these and they're really fucking dope. His company's Elitist. He made this little thing. It's a cute little Billy magic card art gimmick thing. It's so cute. It's so cute. I'm still happy about it. I had that. I went out to lunch today and I've been cuting around with this all day. I'm like, that's so cute. What a cute thing. What a cute thing. I did not spend my food money on it, Boglum Reacts. I did not spend my rent money on it either. This was a gift. It was a gift from the guy that makes these. He makes some cool shit. Also, we were talking, and he collects Andre the Giant collector cards and collectibles and stuff. And I was like, dude, this weekend, Magic the Gathering Las Vegas, they announced they're printing a Princess Bride Magic the Gathering set, and you're going to be able to get an official Magic card with Andre the Giant on it. How dope is that? I'm so excited. I'm getting me a Fezzik Andre the Giant Magic the Gathering card the second I can. They got is it Wallace Shawn? Is that the guy who Inconceivable? He's got his own Magic card. It's pretty sweet. I can't keep Cobra from dying, by the way, you guys. Everybody worried. I'm as worried as you are. All I can do is hope and pray that the swill he makes will be not poison. And hope that his body is strong enough to handle any poisons that's there. What color is Andre? Andre is red-white. What they did for the Magic the Gathering Princess Bride set is they reskinned old Magic cards with new art. And so if you're familiar with the Magic card Brian Stoutarm, he's a giant that literally throws other creatures at people. That's the Fezzik card. I'm like, they're also making Evil Dead Magic cards, and they have some Creep Show Magic cards that look really cool. They look like the old comic books, the Creep Show comic books. Actually, pretty cool little tie-in stuff. So I'm pretty excited for that. I'm totally going to get my hands on the Andre the Giant card, though. How's Jeff? Jeff's good. Jeff made some bog wine tonight. We watched earlier. If you rewatch the show, you'll see Jeff making some bog wine.
Yeah. Hey, did you know that there's like a wrestling themed bar in the Seattle area?
Where at?
In White Center. It's called the Lariat Bar. It's kind of cool. Like I haven't been there, but I have been checking it out like online. Might check it out someday. They have like a mini ring that people like. It's like a stage, but they put like ropes and turnbuckles on it for like karaoke nights and shit. But they have like a life-size Andre the Giant on the wall that people get their pictures taken with. It's kind of cool.
Egghead, I'm doing well, thank you, buddy.
Yeah, Egghead.
Love you, brother.
Egghead is very confident about Actual Mania, so it's.
Who's he going up against?
Magicus.
It's Egghead versus Magicus.
Yeah, they're gonna unify the title, so it'll be the World Heavyweight King of Games champion And the stipulation is basically that they're going to each make a video in the style or as a parody of like our favorite antagonists or oddities. So like for instance, kind of like what Star Spangled Luchador did, where he did like a Sturgis parody video. So it could be like that. It's called the Know Your Role match. That's what it's called.
Ooh,
yeah,
that's gonna be good.
Yeah. So then you don't even know what the tag. So Vermin Supreme is defending their tag team championship on Friday.
Against who?
Against the unlikely team of Egghead and Honest Red.
See, that's what I heard of. That's why I was asking who Egghead was facing. He's pulling double duty?
He's pulling double duty. He could walk out with 2 new belts that night. And we've decided that the King of Games stipulation will exist until all of the belts are unified. So that the last match where it's the heavyweight King of Games title against the cringerweight Big Kahuna title, there's going to be a stipulation for that last match too. And then that's going to determine the new undisputed champion. So it's going to be crazy.
Wow. Wow.
We're gonna have Survivor Situation in November, right before we do Cringecade in December, and that's where we're gonna have all the title unification, or the final title unification match, and then we're doing the medallion Gift of Gourds thing. So the winning team of Survivor Situation, the people on that team are going to be the first people to compete for the medallions in that. That's going to be the undercard before we do the unification for the undisputed title. So that's the new incentive to win Survivor Situation, is that the winning team is going to get to compete for the first medallions for the Gift of Gourds title. That's how it's going to be.
Everybody who wants me to take my shirt off, you're sick.
You're sick. Here's sick. So I love the creativity that King Cobra inspires, and in this one, someone put King Cobra on Space Ghost Coast to Coast.
Hello.
And I may have to edit this out later. I don't know. We'll see.
I am Space Ghost. Welcome to my show. Tonight's
You can also
guest is-
pause it every 7 seconds.
Yeah.
And then we could talk through it. And then
Yeah.
this becomes us talking about this Space Ghost character here.
Yes.
From a cartoon show formerly on the Adult Swim Network.
Yes. And originally he was, I think in like the early 70s, he was one of Hanna-Barbera's main characters that they were making at the time.
The highly regarded sexy goth bad boy King Cobra.
I used to watch the original Space Ghost. They used to have on USA, they used to play reruns of all the Hanna-Barbera shit in the late 80s when I was a kid.
Bruh. Please say hello to the band, Zorak and the original Way Outs.
All right, look.
Please welcome.
Huh?
Do you have enough oxygen? Moltar, turn on his mic. Whoa. We all make mistakes. Just make that your last.
Yo, whatever.
Tell us.
Did you have a band?
It's taken me a decade to get where I'm at on YouTube, so by the time I get to be like playing the stage and being, millions of people smoking marijuana, screaming King Cobra, that'll be at least another 20 years.
Pathetic earthling. Your feeble
At least another 20 years.
Not amused.
So when he's like 50?
Do you think he could have a Honey Boo Boo moment where like TLC, the Learning Channel, picks him up and makes like a show called Casper and has him and his characters, and then he gets like famous like Honey Boo Boo does, and then 10 years later turns it into this kind of like likable rock group, and he tours? Do you think it's possible to see that trajectory happen?
Is it possible? Sure.
Yeah, do we have a path to victory for
is
King
it
Cobra here?
likely? No. The path to victory would be for him to make more wands, for him to keep doing what he's doing, making the content, for him to, stop making homemade wine, or at least learn to do it the right way.
Goldie Fawn suggests he's too much of a liability. That's possible.
He needs.
That is possible.
He needs to maybe have an accountant or someone handle his accounting for him, so he's not always in the negative, because he's probably paying crazy overdraft fees. It's probably just ridiculous.
I'm trying to do it right now, but it's not happening. Maybe. God damn it, my Danny Bell shriek is not happening right now. I do apologize for that.
Tell us some behind-the-scenes stuff. Give us the dirt.
Every month, once a month, my dick quit working, and I was horny enough to fuck the couch, and I couldn't even get it hard. And I hated every guy I encountered.
Hey, now that's Italian. Can we come over for dinner?
I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Two Chalupa Supremes.
Ozzy has a new podcast. He's doing the Osbournes podcast with his wife and his kids. I wonder if Cobra's watched it.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
What's up, YouTube?
What's up, Cobes?
I don't care about the sunshine, yeah.
It's Ozzy without the music behind him. It's his a cappella track.
Mama, I'm coming home.
Beautiful.
Juilliard. So that was done very well. I like that.
Porter Polo over his face. That's so fucked up.
I do want to play another segment. Let's see, where is it? It's right here.
Yo, safely! Let's go find this hater, put a bullet in his fucking head.
How do you like me now?
I'm the only critter with the good kind of fairy drama.
That's cause Jesus Christ is paper. Dun dun. All right. Check out this guy.
Yo, what's up, y'all? Chicago the Rapper here, rocking a brand new vlog. I'm gonna show you how fast I can go in the fastest verse of Rap God. There is one swear word used, but I'm gonna skip it. Alright, you ready, y'all? Something like you was something I'm human, what I got to do to get through you, I'm superhuman, and in a minute of it, and regular others. So I was saying a ricochet on me and a little you. I'm never seeing one demonstrating how to get an audience of film like a levitating, never creating out of the hairs of our.
Did he say his name was Billy the Rapper?
No, Parappa the Rapper.
I think he said Billy the Rapper.
Pretty sure he said Parappa the Rapper.
There's another way to get him motivated. I make elevator music. You make elevator music. Oh, he's too mainstream.
Elevator music.
It's not hip hop, it's pop, because I found another way to use it with rock, shot ran with Doc. What'd you guys think? Was it good? Was it bad? Let me know down in the comments below, and I'll see you all in the next
let
video.
him know in the comments.
Peace. And by the way, that original song, that expert of the song, was Rap God by Eminem, released in 2013.
Oh.
Alright, see you later. Bye-bye.
I want to hear what he said his name was again. Let's see.
Yo, what's up, y'all? Chicago the Rapper here, rocking a...
What did he say? Did he say Billy the Rapper, or did he say something else? I don't know.
It's your Papa Parappa the Rapper.
Parappa the Rapper.
It's Papa Parappa the Rapper.
Let me see. B Sizzle. I just found his channel. He's got all sorts of fucking channels. It's insane. He has an animation channel. B Sizzle. No, his name is Billy. I just found it.
I don't know about that.
So he is Billy the Rapper. That's funny.
I don't know about all that.
Yeah, see, like, if you go here to his one channel, B Sizzle, it said his YouTube IRL is Billy Bop Animation Team. So,
I don't know about any of that.
Yeah. Bill Bop. Bill Bop. So what'd you think of his rap?
Pretty sure he's dressed like Parappa the Rapper.
The same hat, I think. Maybe he'll rap with an onion. All right, let's check out something else. Here we go.
Sabba-dooba-dubba-dubba-dubba-dubba-dubba-dubba-doo.
Turn off that goddamn internet.
Oh, don't touch me. Don't touch me. You're not gonna touch me.
Turn off
all right.
Goddamn internet.
Here's Marshall Mathers the Fourth, also known as the Black Pill Joker. He's talking about how modern women piss him off. He does not like modern women at all. I think it's because they don't poop on him. He wants to be pooped on really bad. He's really into being pooped on. So
yuck.
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's the Black Pill Joker here, back to you today with another video.
He wants a woman that wants to like not date him but go directly to marriage with him, and she has to be a virgin, even like oral virgin, but she has to want to like fart in his face and poop on him and all that stuff. So it's a pretty tough get there.
And in today's video, I just wanted to take the time to talk about the fact that modern day women make my blood boil. And I mean, they just literally triggered the shit out of me. They get under my fucking
That's the type
skin and
of
drive
man
me
a woman wants.
crazy. And the only thing that I am at all happy about in regards to modern women is the fact that more and more men are becoming black-pilled. More and more men are becoming raging incel virgins. More and more men are becoming alienated, isolated, introverted, and anti.
I don't think it's more and more. I think just like the internet makes it easier to find each other.
I mean, it's pretty simple. These men normally would have went and subscribed to some girl's OnlyFans in their loneliness, and the black pill guys know that, and they come on and they try and sell them their equivalent of OnlyFans, the lonely mans. Like, look, you sign up here, you could be a strong, independent male like us lonely mans. It's you choose between being OnlyFans subscriber or a Lonely Man subscriber. That's all it is. They're vying for the same market cap of losers out there. You guys are just being tug of war between one group of people that want your money and the other. That's all this is. You're not special. You're being targeted for your money like everybody else. GG.
He doesn't even have any money as far as I can tell. And
well, his attention, his views and his clicks are going to black pill YouTube garbage people rather than girls on Twitch TV farting into their ASMR microphones.
He made a video where he said he was so mad about how he'll probably never get to see a woman that he's not related to naked.
That's sick.
Yeah, he said it that way. It's like, just go to a strip club or something then, like something. Like
social. And yes, it's heartbreaking.
Or die lonely and pathetic. Like I'm fine with him not saying a naked woman ever, especially not when he's related to the little sicko.
Yeah, it's so weird that he said that.
Yes, it's devastating. I'm not going to deny that. And I would agree with anyone who would also say so. But at the same time, it's not at all our faults. Society has let us men down. Society
has failed us.
And he seems like kind of calm and sad in the videos where he's by himself, but I got an old live stream that he was doing where he was interacting with the chat, and he was getting really pissed off at just like really normal advice people were trying to give him. It seemed like genuine advice people were trying to give him, and he would just like fly off the handle and get super pissed at them that they would suggest that he change anything. And that it's not just like everyone else with the problem and not him.
Yeah, that's complainers always think the world around them needs to change and not themselves.
And so have modern
It's number
women.
one sign of a real idiot.
Because modern women are nothing at all like their former selves. Not even the slightest bit. They're so completely different. And
modern men are
gone.
not like old men used to be either. You know why? Because we used to have a society that was built on marry and reproduce. We were trying to build our numbers. Our numbers hit peak. The population of America no longer needs to build. The trajectory of what men and women do now is getting a little looser because the people that corral us and make us do what we do don't care as much about prolification.
Here's the thing, though. He wants this like trad wife, but he's in no way the trad man.
So I'm saying
he doesn't have a job.
The amount of trad men that are out there has also dwindled the same way the amount of trad women has dwindled.
Yeah, but like
that's the fact.
The thing that's considered trad is a myth anyway. Like a lot of it wasn't necessarily that great back then. We look at it through rose-tinted glasses.
Yeah, but like people who want to raise families, love each other, that still exists. That's what trad always was. It's just not for everybody now, and it's definitely not for people like this guy. You're not the head of household, dude. That's not who you are.
Yeah, he lives in his dad's basement.
Any woman that you want, she's not going to. There's so many men ahead of you that are going to be able to find her and give her what she needs before you in the woods. You can't even get Wendy's, dude. You're in the fucking woods.
Lost. You know, women a very, very long time ago used to be, you know, good. They used to be humble and meek. They used to be Christians and religious. Like actually religious, and like
there's
the
religious
amount
women.
Of good women out there is still far surpassing the amount of good men out there. There are tons of good women out there. There are not enough good men. That's the problem.
Actually Christian, and not just saying that they're Christian to make themselves look good and to hide their internal wickedness about themselves on the inside. And, you know, they used to be humble and meek. Women used to be housewives. Women used to have morals and tradition.
Women used to be housewives because the economy was such that a man could make enough money for everyone to live off of. That's why.
Yeah, and when they realized they no longer needed the male workforce on its own, they could divide the workforce and pay everybody less by bringing a new 50% of the frickin' Americans into a new workforce. Look at when women started going back to work. Look at how much the minimum wage has not raised since then, while the price of everything else has raised. You're going to blame that on women? You're going to say women are sick for going to work? Dude, they were put there by the entire system that puts people to work. And we could see why the minimum wage hasn't raised, along with the women coming out into the workforce and the progressiveness of the 60s into the 70s. You can literally see it. GG. It's not women's fault.
You know, values and beliefs. Women used to be, you know, comforters and nurturers and sweet and kind and compassionate and wonderful.
They still are. If you find the right man, you'll see they are very much that way to him. I'm sorry you're not that man. I'm sorry it sounds like a myth to you, the same way flushable toilets sound like a myth to people who shit in buckets. It exists, buddy pal.
Children and, of course and obviously, their husbands. Women, a very long time ago, used to be virgins who were willing to save themselves for marriage and refused to have sex before marriage or to...
I don't think that was as common as he thinks it is. I think people lied about it.
And even then, virginity till marriage sucks for both parties. The only reason you're a proponent of it is because you know you're going to be equally as fucking
he's
terrible
still a
in
virgin.
bed. Of course, he knows he's not going to be the fucking type of person that could please a woman, so he needs the type of woman that has no idea of what pleasure is yet. He needs indoctrination. He feeds on it.
Sleep around with a bunch of fucking, Chads or Tyrones or whatever. Women used to have self-respect. They used to have decency and dignity about themselves.
And where did that get them?
And I
Shacked
wouldn't
up
even
with guys
deny
like you.
the fact that women a very long time ago were probably also more so conservative or Republican, in other words, than compared to the shitty ass modern day women of today. And, here's the thing. Us modern day women are...
The federal minimum wage hasn't been raised in like 14 years, from what I can see here. There was a period where they were raising it a little bit. I just looked up the history of minimum wage. The first minimum wage was in 1938. It was 25 cents. I'd have to see adjusted for inflation what that would be.
Yeah, you should if you look at the way inflation has gone up, the way the earning power has gone up, and the way that the wage has gone up. You look before women got into the workforce, and then you look after, and you look to see how real fucking tight everything was.
When would you say women got into the workforce?
I mean, I think the revolution was in the 70s, right? The 60s was still very much the boomer, one household type of thing.
The boomers would have been the younger children and teenagers in the 60s. And before that, it would have been the greatest generation, the World War II generation that went to fight in World War II. They would have been the older people. There was a generation gap between the baby boomers and their parents.
Yeah, let's look at the 70s here. It goes up to $2. It goes up to, and think of what you could buy, the buying power.
Yeah, you know
was
what?
back then.
Stephanie said this in the chat, and I agree with it. World War II, a lot of women joined the workforce because a lot of the men were shipped off to war for years.
Yeah, but that was still a one-party earning system, right? It was still a one person in the household bringing the money back because the men were getting their war money. It wasn't like the women were adding to the normal household. It was because there was just a struggling demand. You see around the 70s, they start to break in with the price of gas going up.
I don't think the 70s was the beginning of women joining the workforce in large numbers, though.
It's when they split the workforce. I mean, there's probably a sign to show when women were equal in the workforce, right? By numbers. There's probably you can probably get a chart that will show you exactly.
From what I have here, this is a chart. So the red is the United States. It starts at 1960 and it reached its peak.
You see that raise in the 90s. It starts in the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s is where it starts to level out.
And then it's
and we haven't.
It's been decreasing. Looks like there was at the end of the 2010 or mid 2010s, it kind of went up. This is from, they stopped taking the data in 2017. The 60s was the sexual revolution and the birth control pill and Gloria Steinem and Ms. Magazine, that kind of shit.
You see the women enter the workforce and you see how the minimum wage has climbed up until that point where it starts to level off, and then boom, we're a couple dollars here, $3 there. Look at this growth. 475, 515. The women are all now at full capacity here in the 90s, and we've grown what, $3 or $4 since then. And look at the amount that we spend. Everything in the 90s, you could get a gallon of milk for $1.98, a tank of gas for 99 cents.
From 97 to 2007, there was no change at all, and then when they did change it, it wasn't even a whole dollar added to it. And then 2009, so this was like Obama era. That was the last time it was raised.
$7.25.
Yeah, I mean, I had a job in the early 2000s where I made $5.15 an hour. In that period between 97 and 2007, I had like a minimum, because in Ohio they just went by the federal minimum wage, whatever it was, and it was $5.15 at the time. In like,
and the reason why everything can go up in price and these wages can stay so low is because throughout this period you saw the red line climb. It's becoming, you have to have 2 incomes to raise a household. You didn't have to do that at the beginning of that incline.
Yeah. Yeah, from like the 30s until the 60s, roughly.
Obviously, nothing like our former selves either. We are also so far gone. We are weak. We live in a time of weak men. And
we live in a time of weak everything. We live in a time where they would rather sell us the stuff that our ancestors would get up and do every day and make us dependent on the nipple that is capitalism than do things that, well, like, people don't even know how to make like a quality bacon, egg breakfast type thing. The art of just taking care of yourself day to day has been outsourced. It's lost. We are all a lost generation because we don't need to be doing the things we used to do that gave us this character and this ability to be strong. We're on the nipple, and that's most of the society right now is on the nipple.
There's weak men, pretty much all over the world, regardless of where you go. But I wouldn't say in all countries, but definitely most. And where weak men are by far the weakest, like the highest number or percentage or amount of weak men is definitely here in the country of America. Because our country here in America is just so far gone and lost. It's so corrupt, it's so evil and twisted and just completely upside down. It's just so shattered. And honestly, America cannot be fixed unless, of course, there's some sort of like divine intervention, like God himself.
Unless, of course, it wasn't broken and America works perfectly for who it's supposed to work for. It's not you, it's not me, it's not anybody on the bottom barrel trying to survive. These people who used to be keeping up with the Joneses are now keeping at war with the Joneses. It's not just enough to look at your neighbor's yard and hope that their grass isn't greener than yours. You have to want to light their grass on fire. That's the current American meta. Everybody's at war with each other. The big secret is the people that aren't neck and neck at each other's throats are just making their way, living their lives and having good little lives. You can still have a good little life in America. It's not impossible. It's impossible if you have this me versus them mentality because you're going to war with your fucking neighbor rather than building a neighborhood. That's the real problem.
Back to this world and fixes everything, which he easily could because he is God. But, other than him, there is no hope for America. America is just beyond the point of repair. It's beyond the point of being fixed, being healed, being made whole again. being made great again. You know, there is just no hope for this country. Our Western culture is just falling.
He's terminally online, and he's just regurgitating a lot of shit that people say online.
Like, patriotism only matters when its country's on the rise. America is no longer on the rise. Your patriotism is lost because it doesn't matter anymore. You're in the part of the machine that's just a machine. It's just spinning. You can either believe in the machine and let all of your life waste away worrying about the patriotic duty of being America, or just find your spot in the machine, pick a couple of pieces of fruit, sit down, eat, feed a family, raise some kids, teach them how to eat, and move on. It's all you can do now, dude. Complaining about it and trying to be the patriotic American that's passe. That's old hat.
There's
and
no he has a very different idea than other people of what patriotism is or what to be patriotic about.
Yeah, he dreams of sniffing farts. That's his American dream. Dude, like, you're broken, you don't belong. We get it. You're sad. Die young, die unhappy. Nobody's going to hold your hand.
And just collapse.
He wants a religious virgin that will like fart on his food for him. I don't know.
Yeah. And going straight into the very pit of hell. And only God himself can make this all better. Only him alone. And, you know, I'm just devastated.
He's such a sad boy.
And hopeless. I am completely broken as a man. And obviously I have been for years. But I will say that the older I get, the more broken I become. The more hopeless, the more devastated, the more torn apart I become. The older I get, the more time goes on.
Do you remember the video we watched a long time ago before he had the beard and when he was shaving his head, and he was talking about how devastated he was that women aren't like Disney princesses, and he was implying that they used to be, but they were never. I mean, Disney princesses are basically presented as almost like perfect, like almost flawless. Everyone else is like. They're like basically like flawless, perfect people, and there's all the evil people around them, and that just doesn't exist. But he thinks 70 years ago we just had Disney princesses everywhere.
Terrible people always have terrible ideas. 70 years ago, like, your grandma probably was not consensually dating your grandfather based on today's method of consent. Shit was weird back then. It was a little more rugged. It was a little more fucked.
And the longer
now we're looking at now and we think now is messed up. It's always going to be messed up. Nothing's ever going to be perfect. We're not a perfect society. We're not built that way. We're built with our own biases and fears. To err as human. We are not the divine.
My heart becomes more and more crushed over time.
Your grandma was a whore.
The pain that I feel becomes more and more unbearable. You know, everywhere I go in public, whenever I go to a restaurant or especially a grocery store, and see all these really physically attractive women who are way out of my league, that just make me feel so damn intimidated and inferior and insecure and introverted and uncomfortable and nervous and stressed the fuck out.
Good.
I don't even hide how I feel about them. Like, I'm lustful towards these women in our world.
You're borderline sicko, dude. This is borderline sicko. Take yourself out of the game before you ever go and hurt anybody against their own will.
Yeah, I don't think he should be around firearms. Hopefully he has no access to them.
I don't think he should be around women in the bean aisle.
Like, to such an insane degree and level. I'm just so very lustful towards women, and I can't help it.
Think about how much better this guy's life would be if there was Wendy's in these woods. Go get a fucking Baconator and shut the hell up.
Yeah, he'd at least shut up while he's eating it.
Right?
And obviously this is a result or a factor of a porn addiction and being so severely addicted to porn for so long. I mean, I've literally been watching porn ever since I was 14 years old.
And it was fart porn. He admitted in the fart porn video that he made, he started at 14 watching fart porn, and now his main kinks are farts, poop, and pee. And being on the receiving end of it.
If there was a Wendy's in the woods, because Wendy's has chili. We know chili contains the magical fruit.
All the way back in 2011. That's how long I have been watching porn. Which is just crazy to even think about.
Is it?
The fact that I have been watching porn and beating my dick ever since I was 14 years old in 2011 is just insane to even think about.
It's not crazy. It's indicative of someone who knew what they wanted at a very early age and did absolutely nothing to better themselves to get it. You got a bite of the fruit and you maintain eating that distant fruit. 12 years, 13 years later, you're crying about not getting what you want because you chose to settle for that small little fleck of fruit that you had in the fart porn. If you would have said to yourself, I want big booty, juicy, farty women, you would have went to culinary school, you would have opened up a freaking chili store, you would have had a chili shack, you would have bought a place next to a Zumba class, you would have given out free jars of chili to these women at the Zumba class next to you when they came in to boom 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 on the Zumba boom boom. They'd come in to get your chili because chili's great protein. They'd be in there farting up in your store, tell you how lovely your chili was. You could have made that happen, dude, from day one. But you chose to eat the little piece of bare knuckle bitch fruit that was fed to you the entire time. You could have built an orchard in that time. You chose not to. You are the problem. You are the weak man. Goodbye. Nobody feels
like I
for
said
you.
Once when we were watching this guy in the past, it's going to be a bummer when this guy moves from the crazy people segment to news.
Yeah. That worries me more than botulism.
So the listening fat in the chat said chili doesn't have beans. That's not true at all. And while we're on the subject of Wendy's, they put like they have a giant can of beans that they put into the giant vat of chili that they make every morning.
Yeah.
There's beans in chili. I mean,
there's beans
you can
in
have
that
chili
Wendy's
with
chili, Papa.
You can have chili without beans, but I would say the majority of chili has beans. I would think so.
Yeah. This man makes
Usually
a chili
kidney
cart.
beans.
Pulls the chili cart in front of the Zumba class and offers really cheap post-Zumba chili to these women. They start coming in every day, eating the chili. Every day they come in for Zumba. After Zumba, they're farting it up in the Zumba class. Do you know how hard it is to hold farts back while doing Zumba? It's not possible if you're eating some good, heavy chili.
Random people fart in your face.
Well, okay, Urban Mask, that's another business idea he could have started, but he chose to just accept the easy porn.
Random people fart on my face matters.
When I was a kid, I got through my porn phase very quick. I moved on and I did things I wanted to do and I built a life that made me the center of it. If you're not the main character in your own life, that's a you problem. If I'm the only main character in your life, you've done a good job. Choose me over nothing, but you could also be your own main character.
Oh my God, look at
guys.
Stabby McHugs with his bougie competition chili. Well, I'm sorry, sir. Would you like me to pull the Rolls Royce around for you with your beanless competition chili?
Reno has the best in the West chili cook-off every
my
year.
fancy chili
No
cook-off.
beans.
I've had such an
For
extreme...
the sake of this argument, fellas, He needs to have beans in his chili because he wants the girls to be farting, okay? That's the only reason his chili would have beans, okay?
Addiction to pornography for, 13 years. Or wait.
There's going to be a chili competition at the DP meetup that we're going to invite everybody else to.
Years, 2011 to 2021 would have been 10 years. Well, 12, but almost 13.
Okay. So I've
did the math. Been addicted, extremely severely addicted to pornography, watching, fart porn and shit porn and, also watching a lot of girl burping videos, both on YouTube and TikTok.
He likes gas a lot. He likes gassiness.
Ever since I was 14 years old in 2011. Although TikTok didn't exist back then, but YouTube did. And so did, porn websites also. And I'm just so hopeless. I'm so hopeless and devastated and heartbroken and torn apart. And whenever
you are hopeless with that attitude, yes.
To any grocery store out in public, but I would say especially when it comes to grocery stores like Walmart and Meijer's, most of all.
Meijer's,
which are two of the most popular grocery.
There's a thing like in this, because he's from Michigan. There's a thing in that region where people add an S to the name of a store even when it doesn't have it. So the store is called Meijer, but he calls it Meijer's. That's very common. Yeah, it's very common.
I think I do that too sometimes, pretty often, I think. I'm not sure. I can't think of it. Like, is it Fred Meyer or Fred Myers here?
It's Fred Meyer here, and the store in Michigan's called Meijer but it's Meyer with a
Fred
J.
Myers too. So I think that's probably something I do as well.
And then there's like Kroger, like people call it Kroger's.
I don't say Kroger's, but we don't really have a lot of Kroger around here.
Yeah.
I call Trader Joe's Trader Joe's.
It is Trader Joe's. It is Trader Joe's.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Whew. Albertsons.
Albertsons is Albertsons.
Safeways.
It's not. You don't call it Safeways.
No, I don't.
Yeah. Someone in my hometown would call it Safeways. No doubt. Seriously.
Stores or supermarkets or whatever you want to call them.
Food Giant. I used to have a Food Giant when I was a kid. It turned into a Thriftway. That was my local store. I went to that Thriftway recently, and I got no salt potato chips they make homemade inside the Thriftway. They were so good.
Kroger is the largest grocery store chain in the country, and we technically do have Kroger here, but they're just called QFC because QFC was a local business that Kroger bought out and just kept the name, basically. So,
Buc-ee's is the spot. Egghead says, y'all ain't got Buc-ee's? No, we ain't got Buc-ee's.
No.
But I've been to Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's is the spot. Buc-ee's is the spot.
Those two stores.
I was thinking about becoming a trucker just so I could travel around America stopping at Buc-ee's and Waffle Houses.
But Meijer's isn't in like all states all over America, but it is in like Michigan. But out of like all the stores.
There was a Streamlabs. I don't know. It didn't get read. Let me see.
Stores, the stores where I see the most attractive women are those two in specific.
All right. This is from Zap Rose Dower. Rings of Redemption told his wife that she should start an OnlyFans where all she does is fart. According to him, she has epic farts. He would be a good guest. Yeah, I don't know Wings of Redemption at all. We've watched him in the past. I don't know if we could get him on. I don't. He was on PKA and had trouble showing up to that. So I don't know. He's doing his own thing.
He followed me around the time that Keem was trying to have me box because I think that he was kind of like scouting me out to line me up maybe against him. But I haven't talked to him since that time period. I think he's going to be focusing on his new thing if they ever get that off the ground. He is very hard to book.
And, again, every time I go to the store, I just feel so...
Okay. Look, check this out. Here's a little bit of Kendall. Let's check out his art.
Holler if you hear me, and welcome to this edition
Holler
of
if you
Ladies,
hear me.
Ladies, Ladies, because everything
Ooh,
we are
ladies,
dealing with
ladies,
in the...
ladies.
He has all these vintage
There are bodies
Playboys.
in those woods.
There we go. Go! Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, now let's take a
Get
look
that
here.
goal, bass player, cheers.
He made the waist like way smaller than the figure he's drawing from. The boobs are just insanely big compared to the ones that he's drawing from. The hands look like they have 6 fingers on the one hand here. I don't know.
Look, one of these women is Playmate of the Year. The other one of these women is perfection. I want small heads, giant boobs, breakable torsos. If I know one thing about Kendall, he doesn't draw women as they are. He draws women as they should be.
The election cycle that we are ramping up to right now is very much, in spite of all the things that the idiots who still think the Daily Show is actually news want to convince you otherwise, we are going through a repeat of 2016. And lefty asswipes don't like it. And that includes not just what we're seeing in elections, but also includes people wanting to pretend that they're victims at the movies. Because I don't know if you saw this, but I recently rewatched Kong vs. Godzilla, and well, the father of Kong, known as actress Leslie Jones, has now made some new bits.
Oh, I see what he's doing. He's doing like a gorilla thing.
Yeah, Leslie Jones, who was in the Ghostbusters women's movie and ran off the internet. This guy is jumping on that old hat fruit.
He's calling
from
her a
2016
gorilla.
and calling her a gorilla.
Yep.
Not just a gorilla, the father of King Kong.
The father of King Kong, a giant gorilla.
Lying to get herself back in the limelight, like what happens with any Hollywood actress.
Yeah, this is something I notice about all the Eric July fanboys. They are just like, they are racist and homophobic and dumb. Like,
so he's saying that she's lying about something. What is she lying about? Was she lying about people online being racist to her? And he can say that in the same breath he calls her the father of King Kong?
The studio system powers that be run out of use for you. You start playing victim and go completely goddamn crazy in public for everyone to see. But as long as you're just saying it for the type of narrative that these press out there wants to hear, they will go and keep that up and keep those media cameras rolling and rolling and rolling for you. Whether it's Charlize Theron's crazy ass threatening people as a bit of projection because of her gender reassigning her child. And yeah, I noticed that when it comes to people wanting to say racism or on this or that, a woman, a big rich white woman in Hollywood, adopting a little black boy and then gender reassigning that black boy, there's nothing about trying to go and, feminize or erode black masculinity in one form or another, especially it being a black child all the way from actually the homeland of the black man, Africa. But that would actually require rhetorical consistency and a little bit of actually being informed on something.
What the hell is wrong with those fingers?
That isn't being fed to you by MSNBC.
Kendall drew them?
Yeah, what is that?
So yes, Leslie Jones is now realizing that she really, really, really needs something to try to keep herself back in the limelight.
I keep counting them over and over again, like there's going to be an extra one, but there's not.
Now lying about the 2016
I'm like, no, there's got to be an
Ghostbusters
extra
and how
figure in
she
there
was
somewhere.
so horrifically
No,
mistreated.
there's not.
So
both hands too.
The picture he's drawing from, she's holding onto her shirt with her right hand, and it's like up to her rib cage. But on his drawing, it's like all the way down, like down to her hip. It seems like he doesn't really follow the pictures he draws from. It's like this is just an excuse to show off his Playboy collection. I don't know.
That would explain the giant boobs. And it's not his Playboy collection. It's obviously his father's Playboy collection.
Yeah, he's going to inherit it
These are early
someday.
90s, late 80s. I know. My dad had them too.
On set, and also how horribly, horribly bigoted everyone is for not liking
The
it.
life and death of Freddie Prinze on the cover of this. Wow.
Yes, that's old.
R.I.P.
No.
Freddie Prinze.
Oh, we didn't like it because it was a miserable, unfunny piece of crap made by people who hated the franchise as much as they hated the audience for calling them on their horseshit and trying to accuse the director who tried and didn't really completely succeed in fixing the garbage you did to his father's franchise. Jason Reitman, the director, the Oscar-nominated director who took time away from doing crap like Away We Go or Juno or Thank You for Smoking to go and do the kind of film that gave him his chance to have such an advanced career in Hollywood because of his father directing Ghostbusters. He went and did that as a little apology, as something of getting into the family business to do right by the family's legacy, which was Ghostbusters, other things, but...
You know the director, Gore Verbinski?
Yeah.
His first work as a director was a NoFX video. It's so weird. Like, he did like all the like 90s, like the 90s punk bands from like that genre, like Bad Religion and that kind of shit. Yeah.
I was totally wrong about this cover, by the way. It's 1977.
Oh, is this? I didn't know this one. I saw one that I recognized once that he used that was from the 90s because it had Leanne Tweeden on the cover, and she was the one that got Al Franken canceled.
Mostly Ghostbusters. That's what Ivan Reitman is known for. It was the success of Ghostbusters that led to then Ivan having the son.
Looks like Gore Verbinski was supposed to direct Gambit, the Gambit movie, but it got dropped in 2018. It was going to be like they were going to give Gambit from X-Men his own movie.
He did the Lone Ranger. He did the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, The Ring.
Yeah.
The Mexican. So he liked to work with Johnny Depp, apparently.
I wonder why.
Yeah, but he directed his directing debut, 1989, S&M Airlines by NoFX.
Jason, who could then get those kind of advantages to become a major director in his own right later on in life. And, well, I know a lot of people will go like that and will think, well, privilege, Jason Reitman's just a privileged white man. There are very few people, places, or things in modern Hollywood and modern politics more privileged than somebody with the correct leftist talking points spewing out of their mouth at all items, and all of the items that come from their mouth, in all moments, in all seconds of all the days. You damn well know that a black woman, gay man this, Muslim person that, tranny this, intersectional checkbox that has no real personal humanity over there, and that, they're the ones who can absolutely positively get away with anything. They can do whatever they want so long as they still have usefulness to the affluent white liberals that are bankrolling them. And then the second they're done, they get disposed of. Just ask Lily Singh.
His word salad is thick. He is definitely deep in this. He's not taking a breath.
No, he doesn't.
Definitely. And this is what happens though when all you have in life. This is Kindle is so similar to the Black Pill Joker.
Kind of.
They don't have shit else going on in their life. He just has the luxury of, having art at least. But Black Pill Joker sits in the woods and complains about life.
They're both from Michigan, by the way.
This guy sits at his fucking desk with his drawings and his Playboys and complains about life. The difference is the Black Pill Joker was exposed to fart porn at 11, and he was exposed to his dad's Playboys at 11. It's the same issue, though.
I think Black Pill Joker is worse. I think he's more dangerous.
Well, he's more dangerous, angry. But he might be more angry. But
definitely,
they're both very much the same level of angry. I think Kindle takes it out in a less toxic way. The way that Black Pill Joker handles his anger is more dangerous. But these guys are both very angry that the world isn't giving them what they want.
Kendall does these live streams every Saturday when Michigan football, when the Michigan football games are on. He sits there with his dad, like his dad's off camera, and they just like watch the game and like comment on it. I'm gonna start streaming head to head with him. I'm gonna cover the Ohio State game. I'm gonna cover the Ohio State Michigan game when it happens. I've done that in the past on my other channel, and it actually did pretty well.
Can you put Kindle in a box with his dad while you cover it?
Well, his dad won't be on camera, but I could restream him on the side.
You might as well. You might as well simulcast with Kindle, have the Michigan versus Ohio side.
Dude, I can't believe they, like, most people watching this do not give a shit about sports in general, let alone college football, but I cannot believe they beat Notre Dame. I wish I would have bet money on that. It was like the lowest scoring game I've seen in a long time because it was just so evenly matched. It was crazy. Craziness.
To ask the idiots.
I'm going to talk about sports even more now because the listening fat told me not to. I'm going to do a King Cobra and do the opposite. If it would have been anyone else, I would have listened to them. But the listening fat, I don't want to listen to them.
It's a DEI officer.
I wonder if our audience would want to listen to sports more or Magic the Gathering more.
So
probably Magic the Gathering.
Or Alonso getting dumped by Disney, while Kevin Feige and Kathleen Kennedy can
We should
keep
have
on running.
you do a Magic or you
Lucasfilm
do a
Marvel
sports show. I'll do a Magic show at the separate time, and we'll just have our audiences pick which one they want.
I don't want to do that. It's not a good idea.
They won't be lost.
Video straight into
They
the
won't be
goddamn
lost.
ground. You smash it right into the
They can have their
bedrock
choice.
of the Hollow Earth. That is just perfectly fucking dandy. And well, with Leslie Jones, what is she saying? Oh, I got paid so much less, and I had to fight. You've never fought for anything in your life. All you did was just bring on that bull jive talk, the big, I'm so booby low, go low, dee low. Where's my husband? Where's my welfare?
Whoa. Where's my welfare?
Basically doing ghetto baby talk with a little bit of the ghetto fabulous stank on it, as consistently imagined as how black people in inner city speak by.
So Kendall is just
a piece of shit.
He's just racist. That's
Yeah,
all.
that's what I was saying.
He's just racist.
Yeah, and it's like, it's my understanding that he didn't, maybe his family comes from Detroit originally, but they lived in, like, I think Florida for a long time and moved back. Why would you move to Detroit if you don't like black people? That's like a really bad place to live if you're racist and don't like black people. Just saying. It's very strange.
Sitcoms and movies
Like,
that are
you could do a lot of, you could say or do some of the things that Kendall does and maybe say it's humor, but
That
it has
wasn't
to
humor.
be in humor. This is just him calling a woman an ape, a black woman an ape, and then making jungle noises.
He was like
about,
boo ba ba
a
boo
woman
boo
talking.
making some weird, I don't know. It's
always
Yeah, like-
yeah.
If you want to write this off as comedy, there has to be some fucking comedy in it. You can't. This is just racist rambling.
under the thumb and always funded and produced by lefty white people who need to have inclusivity checkboxes at movie studios or in political rallies in order to see a black person, well, in person. Because otherwise, they go to the same cocktail parties with the same lily-white, overeducated, Karl Marx spewing morons like that bald bitch at the Oscars
yes.
who one year shouted, "Workers of the world unite."
Zap Rosedauer says, show video to Hannibal and Monty next time they're on. I really don't like how the litmus test for what's racist is show it to Hannibal and Monty.
Oh no, I don't need their opinion on it. Even if they were like, "Oh, that's not racist," I would be like, "No, I think it is." Like they're not my litmus test for what's racist and what's not.
It's like every time there's something racist, like show them to Hannibal and Monty. I'm like, part of me's like, oh no.
They just want to see them
Leave
react
out of
to
this.
it.
Leave them out of this. But he's in one breath saying, white liberals don't even spend time with black people. They're so distant from black people. In the other breath, he's like making jungle noises and calling them apes. Like you can't comment on how white people are with other races when you're being racist in the commentary. I'm sorry. No matter how distant a white liberal is from the African American population that you think they're utilizing for their political gain, no matter how distant they are from it, like doing the ooga booga jungle shit is really fucked up.
It is weird.
It's really fucked up. If you want to try and make that claim, without calling Leslie Jones the father of King Kong. Try and make that claim without doing that. If you really want to complain about white splaining.
So the population of Detroit proper is 616,000, and 77% of that is African American. I see people saying, "Oh, there's racist people in Detroit." Maybe there's some, but they're such a small part of the overall population. Like racist white people, they're a very small portion of the population. I just don't know why. Either they don't have a choice where they live. I don't know what they think. I can't get into the mind of someone like that. It just wouldn't make sense, especially choosing to move there. If you think the Ooga Googa Booga stuff is acceptable.
And everybody in the press tried to go and ignore it, or at least the mainstream press tried to go and ignore that shit. But lucky for us, we didn't. Just take
Buff
one.
Weeb in the
good...
chat says, I love racist people's daughters. I'll be honest with you. The chances of you raising a daughter that's going to enjoy sucking off black men is a lot higher if you make it a taboo in your household. You just for all those potential racists out there, maybe you should rethink this method of making it a taboo. Taboos become kinks, and kinks become filthy little suck sluts for Big Diesel. Fact.
Look also at the race-swapped actress behind the Little Mermaid remake, Little Miss Little Mermaid remake, and now all the same people from Variety and people on Twitter that were treating her like some kind of queen. Well, they completely lost her fucking number and forgot what her name was a week after the Little Mermaid remake was another big
bullshit. She's coming out in the Color Purple remake. That's going to be a huge movie. Are you serious? The Color Purple remake. She's starring in with Fantasia Barrino.
But it's one of those types of movies, Billy. He doesn't care about those. You know.
It's going to be huge. Types. Nobody forgot about her. She's coming back in what's going to be a gigantic film, no matter what. Spielberg's attached to it. The Color Purple is about to do big numbers, and we're going to have these go woke, go broke people trying to rationalize why it did big numbers. You fucking goofball.
You know why, though? Because Steven Spielberg, he's one of they.
Taraji P. Henson is in the remake.
Financial disappointment for the likes of the Mouse House. And, well, Leslie Jones was also in danger of doing that after the failure of that piece of crap Ghostbusters movie, and after the failure of her attempt at a stand-up career, anything transitioning from there into the mainstream, well, she had no choice but eventually what happens to any Saturday Night Live performer, black, white, or in between, like Rachel Dolezal, when their attempts to try to cross over into mainstream Hollywood because Saturday Night Live obnoxiously pushed them to the moon as some great big new star, but then when they try to go and do movies while they're still in the cast of that show, falls apart, well, they got to do something, but most of the time they disappear. Sometimes you actually wind up seeing them on Fox News and see them become a scapegoat for those fart-huffing New Yorker inbred NYU grad students.
Fart-huffing, like Marshall Mathers IV.
Who is not a liberal, by the way. He is very much one of the, he's very much on our guy's side here, and he's 100% into the huff.
See them now find themselves in a professional victim stance, quite like what happened now when Hollywood ran out of usefulness for Damon Wayans, and then, oh wait, they remembered that he was on Saturday Night Live for about half a season back in the mid-'80s, so then he could start going to podcasts or doing...
What? He was on In Living Color. That was such a huge show. It was very popular. Did multiple seasons.
More than half a season. Was Damon Wayans also on Saturday Night Live for half a season?
Maybe he was. I don't know.
I know there was slight crossover back then, but
there was a little bit.
I know it was a guest. I'm pretty sure, at least.
Chris Rock did both shows for a little while.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah,
I think he did the same bit on both shows, didn't he? Or am I wrong about that?
I can't remember.
I thought he did the buying someone's rib bit. I thought it was on both shows. I could be wrong.
Damon Wayans was
for $1. How much for $1?
Damon Wayans did some of my favorite characters on there. He did like Homie the Clown, beat the shit out of people with a sock full of nickels.
That whole show was great.
Yeah.
Radio show appearances in Atlanta or Harlem and talking about how racist the show was. And then, of course, let's not forget about Little Miss Leslie Jones herself benefiting from an early major example.
So he was a cast member on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, I didn't doubt it.
Damon Wayans was, but it was very much eclipsed by his time in Living Color, and very weird to point out that call him doing half a season on Saturday Night Live as his accolade. That's definitely not his accolade.
Okay, I don't want anyone in the chat to say it, but who would you say, just out of like sheer fame, is the most successful SNL cast member ever? Anyone who's ever been on the official cast. I have my opinion on it, but a lot of people forget he was even on there.
It's like I think for career-wise, longevity, career success, I would say Bill Murray.
I would say Robert Downey Jr.
That's fair.
He was a cast member for one season. Him and Anthony Michael Hall were on for one season together. But it had nothing to do with him being on SNL, and it wasn't for playing comedic roles. They just wanted
Steven Andrews saying Eddie Murphy was bigger. Eddie Murphy could be it. Eddie Murphy could be it.
I don't know about now. I would say Robert Downey Jr. had a bigger career than Eddie Murphy, but it's close. I would put Eddie Murphy on there too. They're both pretty. Chevy Chase was up there, but he didn't pass Eddie Murphy and Robert Downey Jr. Steve Martin, pretty big too. He's probably up at the top. I put Steve Martin above Chevy Chase.
I still would probably compare career-wise, longevity, distance. Even like you take the Marvel movies, and that puts Robert Downey Jr. in a completely different place.
Yeah.
But I think the Marvel movies would have been the Marvel movies with or without Robert Downey Jr. I think he was an integral part. But one of the things we've accepted about the Marvel movies is those were less about the star and more about the characters involved.
I think his career had a renaissance too, even without the Marvel movies.
It did. I still might lean towards Bill Murray.
Bill Murray's
overall,
a big one too.
There's definitely an argument that can be made for Eddie Murphy, for Robert Downey, for Bill Murray.
Yeah, the only reason Robert Downey Jr. was on there is because they in the 80s they got rid of Lorne Michaels and they wanted to like freshen it up and put some young people in there. And Robert Downey Jr. was known as like a comedic actor in movies, and they got him and Anthony Michael Hall, and they made them cast members, and it did not do well. Like it was not well received that time.
Chris Farley was a great part of Saturday Night Live. He was
great.
Very short light.
Yeah.
Adam Sandler. Okay, Adam Sandler.
He's
Adam
up
Sandler
there,
might
but
be
not.
The one.
I don't
he
think
might be the one.
I wouldn't even put him up there with all the other people we mentioned. Above Chris Farley, but Chris Farley didn't have the time to like really see his true potential. I don't think. I don't know.
I think Adam Sandler is a name that you have to talk about, though.
You have to talk about him for sure, especially with the longevity part.
Yeah, he's big. Adam Sandler is big.
There were a lot of
Eddie
writers.
Murphy, Adam Sandler.
There were a lot of SNL writers that didn't like Adam Sandler and didn't think he was funny, and they wouldn't write him into sketches because of it. The actors were at the mercy of the writers, and Al Franken was like the head writer at the time. He was one of the head writers, and he did not like Adam Sandler. I've heard Adam Sandler mention this before. It's interesting. So people are saying Adam Sandler's worth $400 million. I don't know. I didn't look that up.
Yeah, he's made a ton of money off of Netflix.
The Netflix.
He's revolutionized the movie industry.
Even back in the day,
capability.
he had a huge comedy album. Like his early day comedy album was huge.
Adam Sandler might be the right answer.
I feel like Robert Downey Jr. would have more money if he didn't he probably pissed away a lot of his early money. I mean, he went to prison and everything. So I don't know.
The Adam Sandler movies are all Adam Sandler movies, like hands down. He's a movie star. Robert Downey Jr. is a movie star, definitely. The Iron Man character is gonna live on beyond him, though.
Of course, yeah. It'll be recast eventually. Like the Tony Stark character will be recast. Yeah. They're just gonna have to. That's just how it works. I'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of appropriate ages, we are sitting here live in the flesh. I want to say tonight, I've been trying to be a better Billy. I've been trying not to say horrible, nasty things. I obviously have said them, but I've been trying not to. So I want brownie points for that, even though I failed. I want the points just for trying. Billy, will you show your belly? No, I won't. Wolford says, how are you, Billy boy? I'm doing okay. My back is fucked. Joe's in the chat. Will Sasso might be the most successful Saturday Night Live alumni. I'll give you that, Joe. That's a good pick. How's the diet and weight loss going? It is going okay. Ever since my heart failure, I've allowed it to stagger a little bit. I haven't been working on losing weight as much because I've been working on finding a diet that won't kill me and balancing and being erratic. And I probably eaten a little more potatoes than I should because they're easy to eat. Like my potato song I wrote for you guys? I've been stagnant basically, and I've been retaining water. I've been taking all these diuretics to pee all the time. It's been going well enough, but I'm also tired of being broken. I'm tired. I've got an MRI this week. I have a herniated disc in my back. I'm walking around with a cane today. I'm miserable in so many ways, and I am blessed in so many other ways. I live a beautiful, loving life. I have beautiful roommates like Joe, who's in the chat right now. I have beautiful friends, beautiful family, and my heart is failing, and my back is failing, and it sucks. But everything around me is pretty good. That's how I'm doing.
Oh, damn. I got my Steve Miggs shirt on. I bought a wrestling shirt from Steve Miggs, and it says,
yeah, Steve's a good guy.
His whole like gimmick is #verified, and he got burned the other day because the wrestler he was about to wrestle like mentioned how now you just got to be paid to be verified.
Right?
Yeah. So it's pretty funny.
The verified gimmick was great. I was thinking about coming out of retirement just because I had a blue check mark and challenging him.
That would have been cool.
But that would have been a long time ago, back when the blue check mark meant something. Steve's a good guy though. He's a good wrestler.
It's crazy like how big he's gotten like size wise since I first started watching all the wrestling.
Yeah,
like
he was just a local DJ at first.
Yeah.
He had that local DJ body. He's a rock guy too. He's in a rock band.
Yeah.
He's like now he's just putting on that weight. He's a good hand.
Yeah. Yes. All right. Quick plug for the pre-show for anyone who didn't pay attention earlier. You get extra free content if you check out our pre-show. We record it before every episode of the show. It gives you kind of a behind-the-scenes look at how things are when we're setting up and what we talk about while we're kind of just bullshitting before the show starts. You should check it out. There's been, for years, I was like, man, I wish I would have recorded that. Like, there's always, like, unexpected gold that comes out. So you should check out the pre-show. It's linked in the description, and Nightbot shares it every now and then. Or you can just go to Spotify or Apple Podcasts or wherever you can download an RSS feed. Go there, search us up there, Drunken Peasants. You'll find us. And there's just, like, over 1,000 episodes that you can get there. So check that out. Yeah. Check that out.
Yeah.
What do we got here? Let's check out this T-Bob.
That stupid bitch that tried to put all them charges on Trump and everybody else in the GOP that she can name to associate with him. All the Trump supporters gotta be bad people. We just gotta throw them all in prison because we did though. No, it's a bunch of bullshit. She's stupid. Let me tell you, she was born and raised in California.
There you go. That just tells you that there's something wrong with her.
She's related to the fucking Pelosi family, you stupid fuck. Let me tell you, she's a crooked mafia wannabe bitch. That's exactly...
Not even real mafia, a mafia wannabe.
Exactly who and what the fuck she is. A lot of people don't know that bitch is related to the Pelosi family. Oh my God, that's stupid. She's part of the fucking California mafia, you stupid fucks.
Who's he talking about?
One of the judges that's prosecuting Trump, I guess, or one of the judges that'll see the Trump case.
Maxine Waters.
Wasn't one of the judges like a Trump?
A lot
like
of
friend of Trump.
A lot of them were like appointed because the president gets to appoint federal judges. So there's a few a few of his federal cases are judges he appointed. Not necessarily that he knows them that well directly.
She's
but
family there with the mafias in California. She's from
Trumpster Bob will just create a narrative based on whatever his bias is, and then he does this bullshit research that he uses as evidence for whatever he's saying.
California, you dumb idiots. She's from Maxine Waters territory. You need to check into that shit, people. Anyway, y'all need to do your homework about who and what's going on in the real world of politics, because y'all seem to be fucking clueless.
Listen to T-Bob and you won't be clueless. That's what
Poor
you gotta do.
T-Bob. I've heard from multiple people that it's really easy to scam him out of money.
Of course.
By posing as a Nigerian woman that wants his children. I heard he gives away. It's like I heard he's really low hanging fruit, and almost anybody can catfish T-Bob. Don't do it, guys. If you're watching, that's not a suggestion. Don't catfish T-Bob. Just heard from a lot of people. He gets caught all the time with multiple people. That's sad. Poor T-Bob.
Poor T-Bob.
T-Bob is the opposite of these other guys. He's a lifelong, not a victim, but
He
he's
is
being
a sicko,
victimized
though.
actually the entire time. Yeah, but he goes out and gets it. He's a sicko. He doesn't complain. He's got his head held high. He is somehow a victim, though. He is somehow being victimized the entire time by actual scammers online. Like, he's got more to complain about than these other guys like Kendall or fucking Black Pill Joker.
He does
He's actually being
complain.
Scammed.
He does complain just about the wrong
does.
stuff.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Bob. You sick son of a bitch.
Right now, as many of you know, both writers and actors in Hollywood are on strike, and that's probably going to change very soon, but let's be precise. The Writers Guild of America is a union that represents...
It's a union you couldn't get into even though you've written comic books because you suck that bad.
Ouch.
For 11,000 screenwriters, and since May the 2nd, they've been on strike due to their disputes with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. The AMPTP includes basically all of the major producers from Disney to Sony and Warner Brothers. This also includes streamers like Netflix and Amazon. On the other hand, the Screen Actors Guild and American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, SAG-AFTRA, are striking against the same producer.
I didn't say that the union represents comic writers, but I was just saying he doesn't have the writing competency to become a screenwriter.
The Actors Union represents like 160,000 people, and they started their strike July the 14th. So for the first time in a while, the actors and writers are striking. As to be expected, due to them not being able to reach an agreement, the industry looks a little different. Movies and shows have been delayed or left in limbo because writers aren't writing and actors aren't working, nor are they appearing on the promotional trail. The easy chicken shit generic position that will be adopted by anybody with a following is to side with the actors and writers. That ensures them the least amount of public backlash, and it's the safest position to take. This is because class struggle, like many others.
Who would have thought Eric July was anti-union? Who would have thought? I'm so surprised. I could have never have guessed.
Socialistic, collectivistic minded people, they find that attractive and will always side with the ones with less money. Fist in the air, backing the working classes, what many people believe themselves to be doing. The employer is always evil and the employee is always the innocent party. This applies even when you talk about rich people and their struggles. Think about it with sports. We see this in like the NBA all the time. If there is a dispute, the owner or the league is always viewed as the bad guy. They are the problem in this equation, despite this conflict being between millionaires and billionaires. But forgive me if I don't take your word for it and think we need to dissect this issue. It's no secret I'm not a fan of unions. I think they're kind of gay. G-H-E-Y gay. This is because I understand.
This is why Sturgis spells gay that way. G-H-E-Y.
What is G-H-E-Y gay? What's the difference between that and homosexual?
I think what they do is they use that to try and circumvent getting in trouble for using G-A-Y, like maybe like.
But does it still mean gay as in anti-homosexual?
Of course.
Well, that's stupid.
Yeah.
The history of unions, especially in America. Most people foolishly believe that unions are generally good and are solely in place to protect the workers from abuse of their employer. Others think that we'd all be working 24/7 had it not been for the unions.
Who thinks that? Who thinks that? No one thinks that we would be working 24/7 if it weren't for unions.
This is
and we think that the working class needs representation that can speak to the top about what they deserve in their day-to-day lives. I think that's a fine thing. You're being represented by a union.
And I'll give you an example. Some union clowns will probably tell you that modern workplace improvements are due to unions. However, Henry Ford did far more for workers, and it was absent of unions.
Dark chocolate in our chat explains the G-H-E-Y very perfectly. G-H-E-Y is a gayer way to write gay.
Yes. It's way more gay.
In 1914, for strictly competitive reasons, Ford imposed 8-hour shifts, a little over 2 weeks of paid vacation, and a higher minimum.
Yeah, and when was this? This is like over 100 years ago.
Yeah, and why did he do this? Not because he wanted his workers to have a better wage. He wanted his workers to be able to afford the cars they were making because he was making them cheap enough to sell to a lower class of people.
Yeah.
He knew he needed to create a middle class so he could sell his things to more people. He wasn't making the luxury car that could compete with selling to the people that could afford cars. He had to make people that could afford cars.
Wage. This was over 20 years before the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938. People wrongfully give unions credit for
it was over 20 years. It was over 20 years because he created a middle class he could take advantage of. It was a business decision. And then 20 years later, they had to catch up because they needed more people. They realized this business model is great. If we make an entire class of people that can afford more expensive things, we can sell more expensive things to them. And they made an act to make sure that there was a middle class.
Like an 8-hour workday when Ford did it long before, and he despised unions. But people thinking unions are great are saying it as a coping mechanism. Many people are being extorted by not only having to pay.
So his evidence is that Henry Ford didn't have unions when he started the Ford Motor Company. That's why unions
and then when they started
good.
to make unions, Ford hired goons and cops to beat up his workers. He was literally on the other side of unions. He wasn't the forefather of unions. He was the forefather of the middle class because he realized he needed to sell his cars. The rich wouldn't buy them. He needed to create a subclass to purchase his shit.
Union fees, but also because the unions dominate their industry and make it almost impossible to exist in said industry without being members of that union. It's a lot easier to just say it's for your own good and you benefit than admitting that you had no real choice in the first place, which is hilarious because you can't talk unions in America without talking about their mafia ties. Many unions today still act in that same extortive manner while also being wings of the state.
They're mafia ties. They're mafia ties, a.k.a. people who fought for a working class. This is what happens. When people are struggling and people can't get what they need, you get mafia or you get unions. And sometimes they work together. And you know what we're doing right now? We're being pinched so tight right now because we're no longer working against the average corporation. We're working against people who have supercomputers that can tell our buying capability, our wants and needs before we even know them. We are connected to a system that is more addictive than heroin, more predictive than your own self knowing what you want. They will know it before you.
We willingly give them
We
willingly give them that data that enables them to do that.
Not even willingly, right? Like, we don't even know half the time that they're following what we're doing. We're giving it to them. They're siphoning out of us. They understand what we're doing, but it is very much a system that is very precise.
If you carry one of these around, it's all willing. It's all willing.
Well, I mean, we don't believe that, right?
I believe that.
That's not what we're thinking, because you're a little more hip to the idea. Most people
I mean, it literally asks permission to track what you do. There's tracking cookies. There's it literally tracks your location and all of your online habits. And
but very little awareness of what that means is out there to people. Digital dignity is something that's being fought for right now, and nobody really knows what it is.
You know how Google Maps can tell you how far away the bus is? Like, if you're waiting for the bus, it now shows you where the bus is. That's because it's tracking the people who are already on the bus and their distance from you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Wolford says, you want to, fuck, I totally missed what you said. Wolford, that's why you got to send it in $5 so I don't have to read it. I want Eric to say that when he's saying what he's saying to a crowd of union members. Let's see how he'd handle that. He's also just regurgitating his benefactors, Glenn Beck, his cummies. Yeah, this is 100% a talking point for people that are anti-union, and he's part of a group that is built on the anti-union mentality. And there's probably a lot of people that are anti-union because they're making a decent wage in certain areas, but it's not about what you're making now. It's about what you're going to be making 20 years from now. It's about what your kids are going to be making. That's what unions try to help to ensure. Our unions have been busting up like crazy.
The United Auto Workers just started striking, and they only did it in like 3 plants originally, and Toledo was one of them where they make all the Jeeps. And they're asking for pensions again. And they're asking for, like, when you hire new people, not to hire them for like way less money than like people you were hiring like a couple years ago. So they're striking. So there's an auto worker strike going on right now too. On top of all the, writers and actors guild strikes. There's a lot going on right now, which is cool.
Why many of them fought for legislation back in the gap to prevent employers from hiring replacement workers should they go on strike. But I digress, because this isn't supposed to be some anti-union video. Getting back to the...
It isn't? Because that's what it is up to this point. Does it change?
Point. What exactly are the complaints and demands of the unions? What are the specifics? Well, let's start with the WGA. They, of course, want more money. Their claim is that 49% of the WGA members are making the minimum rate, and that rider pay has declined 14%.
Yeah, and the price of everything has gone up. Like, just in the last 3 years, the cost of everything has gone up dramatically. Everything. Food, housing, utilities, everything.
They say, including inflation, rider producer pay is down 23%. So let's give context. Here are the most recent minimums. According to the recent numbers, the minimum for a screenplay with a budget of $5 million or more, it's around $145,000. For a budget below that, it's $77,000, give or take. If it's a week-to-week feature, it's a $6,300 a week thing. For TV, there are a lot more qualifiers, but as an example, a week-to-week gig is like $5,000 minimum. If it's network prime time under 30 minutes, it's $27,000.
I mean, most of these people live in Los Angeles, right?
Yeah.
So the cost of living in Los Angeles is amongst the highest in the country.
Yeah, and if you're working in Hollywood, that's $200,000 a year to be writing on a TV program. It's pretty good. But if you think that your work is being, like, if you think your work is worth more, then you got to speak up, right? I personally think that most writers are shit and are lucky to have the jobs they have, but I'm not going to say they shouldn't be able to demand more. I do think that they're kind of dickheads for postponing my Marvel movies, but I'm not going to, care that much about it. It's just fucking Marvel movies. If they think they can get more, go for it, dude. And if you can't get more, guess what? There's going to be somebody who comes up and makes more money than you with or without the system that you chose to suckle into.
I can absolutely...
you get it.
Swagnar, I can absolutely say that data harvesting is willing. It is willing. You don't need, most people don't, not everyone obviously, but most people don't need Twitter to get a job. They don't need any social media to get a job. That is all willing. And you don't have to have your location on everywhere you go. You can set it to 911 only, which means they can only track you if you call 911.
People were willingly smoking cigarettes too, but the cancer industry got to them and sued the cancer industry, and they had to pay back for what they were doing too. The question right now is whether or not what they're doing is dignified and right with what they're doing with our digital information. Like whether you're willing or not, like it doesn't matter. It depends on how predatory everything is around it. That's the question that will be exposed over the next 10, 20 years as the light starts to shine on it. And when you realize how much money, how much control, how much power they're getting off of people being connected to these devices without giving anything reasonable back, when the people realize the power they're giving to these people and start demanding something back, we might see a change.
Yeah,
But,
it's definitely not going to be it's definitely not as obvious as lung cancer, because lung cancer also like puts a toll on the healthcare system too. It kind of like any like health epidemic passes on the cost to everyone overall, like to the public at large, especially when there's people that die with outstanding people die with outstanding medical debt, and that unpaid medical debt gets passed along to like the greater population. If
you're struggling with an eating disorder and your phone keeps sending you McDonald's messages all the time, like at some point you have to like question how much that's going to affect the health system.
I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah, we don't know yet. We don't know yet. That's the problem. We don't know where this is going to go. There's a lot of people talking about the digital dignity right now and what responsibilities these companies have and where they are being maybe predatory in some areas.
$7,000.
We'll see where that conversation goes.
If it's under an hour, it's $39,000 or so minimum. And if it's not prime time, under 30 minutes, it's almost $16,000.
He's getting
and
into
under
that
60
Sturgis
minutes,
territory
it's
with
around
these numbers.
$28,000 to $29,000. For things like streaming services, it has quite a few qualifiers as well. As an example, if it's between 20 and 35 minutes and between 1 to 2.1 million in terms of its budget, minimum it's almost $16,000, and that number increases the higher the budget and the higher the run time. As I've said, the minimums range, but you can get the general idea. These also aren't daily gigs, and even if they only spent next to no hours pumping it out, whatever that script may be, they still are expected to be paid that minimum. They also want better residuals when it comes to things like streaming.
Oh, these monsters!
They already are getting residuals. They just want more on the front end and the back end. This seems more like a way to force the hand of producers so that they are more transparent with their streaming numbers. This actually may end up backfiring because, as we all know, streaming isn't that profitable for these studios. Regardless, the minimums they get right now don't even consider profit. It's percentage of general sales and payment for rights. Anybody that says this isn't about the money is lying. Almost all of the pattern of demands have to do with money in some way, shape, or form. Sure, there are some that are no-brainers. They want to address what they deem as abuses in the mini room, but nearly all of the bullet points, including the pension plans, have to do with money or protecting their money. They also, of course, discuss AI.
Yeah, this entire I've heard this theory that this entire strike is to break into the streamers and get the streamers to have to publicly show their numbers to see whether the numbers are being cooked or if they're like robbing people.
It's a fair ask. I think it's fair.
Views. Yeah, if it's the There is a theory that they've been hiding very low numbers because they are claiming these giant numbers, so their stocks go up, and it's all kind of a cooked scenario. That'll be interesting to see if there's a fallout from that. It reminds me of all the other big stock books being cooked bullshit.
They
like,
also
the dumb money guys.
They also want a guarantee that they're not going to be replaced by AI as AI improves. That's another thing that they want real people hired and not computers writing for them.
And want protections against its usage because they feel that'll put them out of jobs. So depending on what way you look,
I mean, like, there are machines that put people out of jobs on the assembly lines too. You know, like back in the Henry Ford days, the assembly line was mostly hands putting things together manually. And then like automation eliminated some of that. I don't see that lasting, even if they do get this agreement. I feel like eventually it'll move towards AI writing fictional, like writing scripts for anything, actually. I guess we'll see.
at it, some make the argument that considering the quality, these guys are making too much money. But let's move on really quick to the actors unions. What do they want? Well, SAG-AFTRA wants something similar. They worry about AI and want to regulate its use. Addressing streaming is a big point. The union wants at least 2% of all revenue, not profit, generated by these streaming shows. They also want higher minimum rates and 11% general wage.
I like the music that he's playing, like they're evil villains, like he's like revealing this evil plot from these people.
Have you seen the Kwebblecop AI video yet?
No.
Kwebblecop's like an old school YouTuber, and he's got this video done where he's like an AI and he's talking. It's pretty impressive AI stuff. There's probably going to be a day when Drunken Peasants is completely AI and we just get to sleep in all day. And
that's what I'm saying. Like all of the years of the show and the hours and hours of video footage should be used to create an AI that, so like when after we're dead, it can just keep going forever. I think that's a good idea.
There's probably going to be people that can like get AI guests on their show. Like I don't know, Joe Rogan will make a Joe Rogan AI, and then we'll have Joe Rogan as a guest on our show.
Increases. Despite this being a gig economy, they want better pensions and health care as such. SAG-AFTRA has much longer of a list of demands. But my position on these strikes differs from most. Most are so worried about taking a side, namely the side of the actors or writers. I don't look at it this way. Make no mistake, they both need each other, so they are going to reach a deal. Hell, maybe by the time you see this video, they will have reached a deal. Anybody that says this is a situation of working class...
I'm hoping they reach a deal because there's shit I know is going to get delayed that I wanted to come out eventually here, and it's going to hold it up.
That new Zendaya tennis movie was supposed to come out. The hypersexualized Zendaya tennis movie was supposed to come out this month, and it's not coming out until April.
First, mega corporation, though, is lying as well. The unions in this case are as pro-megacorp as anybody else. The more accurate way to assess this is that one side is begging for the access to the resources of the money holders. So ask yourself, if we are to believe that these production companies are the greedy devils, why on earth are they working so damn hard to make a deal with the devil? This is inexcusable. Now more than ever have the means been more affordable and decentralized. The internet has ensured more connectivity with like-minded individuals. If you have a great idea, you can connect with people to make dreams come true with a decent budget. And let these people tell it, we are dealing with the most creative, valuable people in the world. Yet for some reason, all the solutions require a deal with the devil. These geniuses have been unable to find a way to evolve from the current setup of entertainment. These people won't pull their resources together and come up with their own studios that are disconnected from the mega corporations. There has never been a better time than now to have that be the focus, yet this isn't even considered, and that shouldn't be ignored. Either these people aren't as competent as we're led to believe, or there is far much more to the story, possibly both. If these people spent their energy coming up with creative ways to correct the problems they have, they wouldn't.
Those pictures of Eric July where he's like not skinny or fit. I love those because that's how Sturgis sees himself. Like he thinks he's all like in good shape and everyone else is just a fat loser. But I don't know. They have like a weird type of body dysmorphia. Because like most people, when they have dysmorphia, they see themselves looking worse than they actually do. And
none of them are as fit as King Cobra is.
Strangely enough, it's true.
Need to beg for scraps from the devil. I can't give these people any leeway. Why? Because I did it. I saw a problem with the comic book industry. These issues were creative and economic.
I did it. Because I did it. I pulled myself up by my bootstraps, so I don't care about everybody else. I targeted a disenfranchised group of people that were angry at the media, and I convinced them I could do it better. I didn't do it better, but I convinced them I could. I did it. It was me. He's literally on his villain arc right now, the way he's explaining this. I did it. It was me, Batman. It was me all along.
Didn't like the direction of the general content, and I don't like how creatives aren't paid on time or they're paid very little. So I took a risk. I invested hundreds of thousands of my own dollars, and now we've made more than $6 million in sales in a year. And everybody here is paid competitively and on time. My contractors get the money almost immediately upon submission of their work. For our books, we have favorable bonus structures for our writers, and our employees get benefits.
Ooh, they got a warehouse.
And should there ever be a problem, we can address it and pivot when needed. This is why our folks don't treat the Rippaverse like it's just some other gig. They scream it from the mountaintops that they work for this company. But the actors and writers in entertainment aren't trying to evolve from the unions or making deals with the megacorps. The other non-striking entertainers, like directors that cheer these people on, aren't coming up with creative ideas to evolve either or work with them. Here's the truth. And
I wonder what's going on with the lawsuit. Has he been served yet? Is it being dropped? Or is it moving forward? I'd like to know.
Nobody probably wants to move it forward. They probably the one side probably realized they were a pawn in a troll game and have.
I don't know if that's the case. I don't know
why it's a match made in hell.
Well, they have to prove that their name was actually being mistaken for ISOM, and there's a pretty solid case here that it was just somebody fucking with them.
They don't have to necessarily prove it if they're hoping for a settlement. And Eric July might just pay a settlement to avoid having to go to court. I
don't know if he's gonna. I don't think he's gonna.
Regardless of how much they complain about it, is much more preferable than the uncertainty that comes with independence. The mega corporations are the only entities that can assume that type of risk, lose millions and even billions of dollars, yet still pay these people. Even in poor performance, they are able to subsidize so many of these fake jobs, and that gives them a sense of importance. In the event that the entire industry is fundamentally changed, yet there may not be billion-dollar films ever again. The way we look at TV would be completely different. And to that I say, so what? That doesn't mean things wouldn't be
He's not a good actor.
Extremely profitable.
He's trying to act like he gives a shit about what he's saying, but I don't really think he does.
Is he just reading a script? He's not a good writer or reader.
Yeah.
But what it does mean is that many of you wouldn't make it on the other side because it'd be more merit-based. You'll also be forced to see the economic reality, and your pockets will be punished in the event you produce things that nobody wanted. You wouldn't be able to fail upwards like so many of you do. That's the one thing that I will agree with that unions are good for. Protecting bad and mediocre people. Mega corporations are the only ones that can do that. These people are as pro-mega corporation as anybody else, like I've said before, and don't let them get away with acting like this is some sort of working class bullcrap. If you all collectively decided to be detached from these mega corporations, your industry would change for the better. Funding shouldn't be an issue. The actors at the top of these unions have a lot of money, and if you can't, go crowdfund it or something. If people actually want it, they'd subsidize it, but that's not attractive, is it? It's much better, according to you.
He did it. He did it. He did it. Crowdfunded. He did it.
If he wants to have this opinion, I'm fine with it. Like there are a lot of people there, like that guy who wrote Frasier.
Joe
the remake of
Cristalli?
Frasier that attacked Vito. Like these are the people that are going to be getting the raises, right? Like
that's really like him. Him getting that job was really weird. He created like a Frasier Twitter account and started tweeting as if it was Frasier in present day, and that got him the job to reboot Frasier.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now
I hope the show is good, just because Frasier was great. But
I'm giving it
I
a
don't
shot.
Expect much.
Yeah, same.
I don't expect much.
Here. Yeah.
To have
Neon is good. Neon released the movie It Lives Inside. It Lives Inside looks very good. I wanted to go see it the other night, but I was too sore. I think I'm gonna see it. If anybody's seen it, let me know how good it was.
That can spend $200 million on something that people don't want. So call everybody and their mother a scab because they aren't kissing the ass of the union. That won't change the fact that you refuse to be a part of this solution. Instead, you work to ensure the power of the billion-dollar corporations, and they know you need them to subsidize your bad ideas so that you don't assume much risk. The way of the future is decentralization. Instead of having billion-dollar corporations, you'd have million-dollar and $1,000 productions. Maybe it becomes more niche, and that's only a problem for those that don't really want solutions and are just putting on a performance for the public. Nobody on this side claims that it would be easy to do what I'm suggesting. I've done it already. There will be challenges, but at minimum, you can address your gripes. You can solve them instead of begging someone else, especially someone that you deem as evil and greedy, to embrace your ideals.
Yeah, we get it. Eric July, you put out more videos like this than you do the product that you brag about doing. This is your bread and butter. These videos are your bread and butter. You rally cry a group of people who are disenfranchised by being left behind from the media they once suckled on and grew up on. You're talking to a generation of adults that never grew up. You're talking to a generation of grown-ups that never grew up and have grown-up money and want to spend it on kid shit. We get that. That's your audience. Sturgis, the like. They are so mad that they want to spend their money on a superhero, and all the superhero are women. You're coming in, you're getting their money. You're not selling the comic book. You're selling these fucking videos right now to them. You're selling the rally cries, the calls to help. Oh, we're part of a movement, guys. You're the part of the movement that literally eats off the back of the people that are hungry. That's what you're doing, Eric July. And you know it. They don't know it because they're being sold into the dream. But, in a world full of dreamers with no imagination, this is what they get. Good job.
Well put. So we're sticking around for a couple more minutes here. Please give the stream a like if you haven't already. And if anyone wants to get in some last minute Streamlabs, we will not complain in the slightest.
You know what? Speak for yourself, Ben. Every Streamlab that comes in, I will complain about.
Okay. That's fine.
Oh, I am ready for dinner. Hungry. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
I could maybe go to sleep without eating.
Yeah, I can't eat until tomorrow. So I have to force myself to go to sleep without eating, which isn't a big deal
anymore. I had one meal today. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could go to sleep with one meal. That wouldn't be too bad. But I don't know. I was going to try and get to Chipotle tonight since we hit the goal so early. Chipotle closed 11 minutes ago. Son of a bitch. We used to have somebody in here that would say no Chipotle for Billy tonight.
I remember that.
We'd reach Chipotle closing time.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened to them.
I have no idea. Maybe they...
Where's my no Chipotle for Billy people?
They ate too much Chipotle. They were a sleeper cell for Chipotle, trying to get those free advertising. Chipotle's got a Chipotle pay me. if they want advertising. Right?
They have to.
Yes. No more charging for guac.
For the guac. There's a Chipotle open until 11 p.m., but I don't think I want to walk into it. It's got bad parking. I'm 50-50 on whether or not I'm going to drive down to this 11 p.m. Chipotle. If I can stand up after this episode and walk, I'm going to get late night Chipotle. If not, I'm going to cry. If you need to cut down on water, just eat some hardtack. Well, Swagnar, God damn it. That's the answer.
What's hardtack?
I got to eat some hardtack.
What's hardtack?
Hardtack.
Is it like
Google
a thumbtack?
Hardtack, for those of you wondering, is a biscuit, and it's a type of dense biscuit or cracker made from flour, water, and sometimes salt. Hardtack is inexpensive and long-lasting. It's just a fucking crunchy, dry, sad person tack.
I see. Sad person tack.
It's a sad person cracker biscuit. Melanie Mac? Melmac? Is Melanie Mac the Melmac equivalent of a woman?
Apparently. Cookware?
Sturdy and tacky? Cookware? In the kitchen where Melanie Mac belongs. That's where the Melmac is.
Yeah, so...
If you eat hardtack, you have no friends. Well, as somebody who has no friends, I also have no hardtack.
Hardtack.
I heard a girl tell a story so sad about her childhood that I want to steal it for a stand-up comedy act.
Jesus Christ.
It was so funny. She was going around saying, like, she got mad at Dungeons and Dragons. Like, someone brought up Dungeons and Dragons, she got physically mad. She was like, I hate Dungeons and Dragons. When I was a kid, I was hanging out with my older brother, and I heard one of his friends say Dungeons and Dragons is for losers with no friends. So I ran home and I said, Mom, we have to go get me this Dungeons and Dragons.
All right.
They made it just for me.
We are going to wrap up the stream now. We will see all of you guys on the next episode. Have a wonderful night, everybody.
In the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. From the strangest corners of the internet, gonna get TP'd by Billy and Ben. You know where you can find them at. Get ready, cause they're gonna kick your... Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants.